将拨开雾霭迷茫，不介意一日过半，过眼的葱郁疯狂，细数泛了黄。
出征，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
那快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
转头真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！这是掌握
混沌真气乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别手了！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！
姐姐别怕，怪鸟被我赶跑了，已经没事了，我来保护阿姐。
别怕，阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我人绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐，
吴真，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
那快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
这图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！
真是掌握
混沌真气乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！有事别说了！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！
姐姐别怕，坏鸟被我赶跑了，已经没事了，我来保护阿姐。
别怕，阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我真绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐，
Okay, let's see the poses. What are people posing? Hello everybody and welcome to the second half of the 2026 Nbpl Spring Split. I'm Moxie and for the first time this season for trios, we've got Raven PLZ getting to join us. And Raven, there's been a couple of changes. We've actually moved to the latest patch, so we're on the April 1st patch, which means a couple of changes to some heroes, big changes to some glyphs, and we've already started to see that come through. But crucially as well, last Trios Day, the comp did not win a single game. So do we think that it's on the out, or do we think that it's still going to be picked in first phase?
I am not sure, Moxie, but it's definitely going to be picked in first phase unless there's a major change. The glyphs change, or the parry on with a silence attached to it. I talked to a ton of the players, and everyone thought it was going to be a way bigger change than normal. I'm curious to see it in action, but from all the players I've been speaking to who are still very active, said it's actually not that big of a difference. It's no worries. Still feels like the same game, but I'm excited to see multi-way just because at Nbpl and trios I've been able and enjoying solos as much as I do. I do like my occasional trios to see what's up to date, just because a couple teams still ask me a ton of questions of how things are going. But in solos, I'm not gonna lie, Moxie, the new rules and everything has been wonderful. And speaking of wonderful things, the 2026 Nbpl Spring Twitch Drops collection, guys. 15 minutes for some Tay, 30 minutes for some Spectral Silk, 60 minutes for a bonus. But the big cool items are for finals, so do not miss out on your Stage 1 finals and your Stage 2 finals coming up. To trios though, Moxie, I'm very, very excited to actually sit down. I've watched a couple of VODs, but I've mainly skimmed through just because I do enjoy casting and getting the full experience, seeing every little detail. So it's kind of like a nice present for me this season, seeing trios for the first time, at least casting wise.
Yeah, I mean, we've got like some of the same old comps coming on through. As I said, the Eno comp is still going strong in phase 1, even though last Trios Day, the only match that it actually won was the mirror match. Then we had the Viper composition making a huge comeback. TE have been running that one, and it feels like a lot of teams are sort of picking up on the strengths of it. They run the Viper, the Akos with the cage, and then the Syra ult as well. It's been doing really, really good, both in the versus matchups, which I'm sure we'll get to see in just a little bit, but also in the Battle Royale aspect of things. The problem, though, was that teams just did not lock it out in terms of the phases. So we got top heavy Viper compositions coming through. Not once, not twice, but 3 times, Raven. We got triple Viper comps in 3 of our Battle Royale games last day. So I'm hoping that one doesn't make it through, because even though it only won 2 of those, it still griefed a lot of teams. It still griefed a heck of a lot of teams. Like, we got to see the teams, they won their Realm of Yang, they were setting up for that Spirit Well late game, and then boom, they just got dropped on by a team with Akos Cage, with Viper Ultimate. But the teams that we're going to be seeing today, we've already seen Group A, it's going to be Group B, so GG, SR, YCG, RW, WBG, IG, WFG, and Alliance. And as you can see, we've already sent 4 of our teams down to the lower bracket. Top 4 teams from today will be able to continue in the upper bracket, matching off on the 19th, but the bottom 4 teams performing today will be sent to the lower bracket, where they have to play in that lower bracket round 1 on the 17th, with the bottom 4 after that day getting cut from this stage entirely.
Yes, upper bracket and lower bracket shenanigans. Love to see it. I'm unfortunately not able to watch my man TXJ on TE. They did win the last Nbpl finals. I was thinking, my bet was SR. Bet on JL for Jacob. SR wins. I bet on SR to get Nbpl finals. JL or T. Technically, the JL wins again. And I was like, oh god, can't get it right. Touching on what you talked about, Viper, even in the global side, specifically the EU side, Viper very much is overperforming, and I've always felt like when Viper isn't played a lot, I feel like the meta shifts too far away from addressing the issue of getting silence. Because once you get the silence Viper with a stun coming up, especially when she's accompanied with Akos or Syra, she's just very, very strong, and she must be addressed. Now, in martial arts, which is coming up, my favorite part of all of this, we've seen a lot of evolution from weapon dropping to everyone, different weapon combinations working out, but specifically different compositions that you open with and you go against. Now, we've seen that Enor is zipping Hadi has been one of the best compositions. Now, because of it, a lot of like weird comms came out even in the martial arts arena, and they would bring the Akos Viper Monk out to kind of give you just and grab your Hadi and just torture him, not letting him out with a cage and a Viper stun. This is not much you can do, and they would go for the execute onto zipping very quickly. And because of that, we got a counter to the Akos Viper Monk, where people are just trying to hide where they're going to play their Enor, because it pretty much dominates every other composition inside Yang. But something we saw exhausted in 2025, when you play the same comps over and over and over and over, eventually every single strategy is figured out. We're not, I would still say it's early in the year, we're not fully figured out, but we're like 70% there, 80% there. A lot of these guys have been doing this for 4 years, so mapping out the framework, even though there's slight differences, I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, that the era of Enor will end, just because I feel like, I know Jake always says he hates Monk. I actually hate watching Enor. It hurts my eyes seeing him jump around and just jumping
jump R&B, jump R&B, jump R&B on repeat. Yeah, it's probably a little bit exhausting as well for the teams to have to play against. Something we also actually got to see really interestingly was Zenda Wu actually was put into a trios composition in the versus matchup. Didn't do the greatest. Sort of was put into the ult rotation a little bit late. That and the fact that they were running the F2 as opposed to the F1, which meant that she was very, very vulnerable to getting locked into a combo without being able to rescue her allies as well. But yeah, we're getting ready to head into a versus matchup now. As a reminder, we get to play this arc in full. So it's not just one match and you're done. No, it's win your one match, then go against a team that's won theirs, and then keep going, potentially playing all 3 rounds until we get to the grand finals to determine who's walking away with that first place, because this now counts as our first actual game. And if you come first, you got a whopping 8 points, which is pretty large when you actually factor in how low the match point threshold has become in trios. You talked about that finals for stage 1. Well, TE, they won it in 4 games. Well, 6 games rather. 4 games was solos for Spider. But yeah, TE, they won it in 6. It's much lower than it was. It used to be 63. It's now more than half that. So having 8 points on the board is a very, very strong start to your day indeed. And I'm really hoping that we get to see a little bit of adjustments coming on through. Like you, I'm kind of hoping that the composition has been taken away. And you know what? Potentially as well, if teams want to open with that comp, I can see teams opening with the ACOS composition. So maybe we get the mind games of one team trying to come through with the read and go for the ACOS comp, and then team on the other side getting the double read around that, and then opening with the ACOS comp themselves.
Now, last time YZG actually won it for the first weekly finals. I was very surprised considering TE wasn't in there. So I was like, wow, YZG won it. But Taki did tell me, so did Sachiko, that they've been doing very, very well lately. So I'm curious to see if they're going to keep up that momentum, because they did win the martial arts under the bigger lights. But we still have the veterans in here. GG. Been going at this forever with the same roster. Fighting the good fight. I'm still gonna root for them. If TE's not the lobby, we're hoping that GG does well. I love YCG's jackets though. I'm hoping what I've always seen every single year is the veteran teams always start out a little bit slow, adapting to the new rules, the new meta. And then by the end of the year, it's always the same teams at the top. It's whoever TXJ is with, it's whoever SS is, UG or JL. And then Wolves, actually, first couple of years of NARAKA, Wolves was not one of those teams, but now they're always at the top as well. And now the newcomers, SR, crushed last year. I knew I should have went with my gut. My gut told me that SR was the better team, and now it's TE and SR are my go-to teams as a heavy hitter. It's going to be interesting this year with NY7 joining SR. Even though on paper he's a better player, having the best players not always is the most important. Synergy ends up being a lot more important in the long run. That's why we see a lot of roster shakeups. Everyone's looking to each other to be like, ooh, this guy can help me win if he just did this role. So we'll have to see this here. Wait, we get the old YCG jacket.
I know, right?
My eyes. My eyes. Where's the synergy? That's what I'm saying. The synergy.
Not even in the middle too. It would be like, I'd be okay with it if it was new, old, new, but the fact that it's new, old, I'm like, ah. But yeah, I agree. I think YZG might have my favorite jersey designs this year for Nbpl, at least. Those are very, very cool, but we're getting ready to head into our versus matchups now. As Raven said, there's a whole new meta that has developed around this. The fact that you all have to come in with one weapon does not stop you from dropping that weapon to everybody else. So we're going to see at the start, everyone basically, one person go flying knives and then literally drop flying knives for the whole team to be able to pick up, because oh boy, are flying knives absolutely busted inside the versus matchups. But we're going to be seeing Alliance versus WFG up first. And Alliance, they've always been one of those teams that's like in the discussions of potentially having a podium finish, but they've also been very inconsistent with if they can actually manage to pull it off. So hoping for their sake that we'll be seeing them improve as always as the year continues. But let's get right into it. And okay, no ACOS Viper compositions here. Both teams opening up with the Eno composition, which means that we're going to be seeing Eno ults to cancel each other out, Zipping trying to hold that ults and provide sustainability for as long as possible, and Hardy looking to just disrupt as much as he possibly can. Yuma's going to come through with his ult, WFG likely going to respond with the ult of their own, as we now get to see the pressure being put onto WFG's Schwan. But no, it's actually the Hardy ultimate that's being used here, putting the pressure onto Yuma, trying to stop him from being able to complete this execution onto Zhuan, who's looking to space away. And I mean, WFG, they're doing a good job with the Hardy of keeping the Eno off his back, and that means that Zhuan's actually going to get a much later Eno ult to be able to impact this fight.
Man, it's so weird not seeing NY7 on Alliance. When I thought of Alliance before, I always thought of NY7's position 1 Viper, all of a sudden, and now not there anymore. It's just Yuma Revenge and I can't pronounce this man's name. RS. You know, our ult first phase is gonna be done. Shen now uses F2. Oh, I guess he misses F2 a little bit earlier. Is gonna close out Yuma. Wait, no, I spoke too soon. Yuma moving, grooving, and now falling down. Not able to work it out. Flying knives, very good for flanking. Well, we see the spear, flying knives, and fan mixture, but we are gonna go with a double flying. No. Flying knives, fan, and spear. A mixture of everything. We've seen a lot of Monk on fist blades lately too, as Yuma is going to be opening up, looking for the flank. Very Syra Monk. This is a comp that you only see in martial arts. Moxie, part of the martial arts meta, just dumping in the Transformers in order to win these situations. We get the Takeda Monk Temi, but Monk is gonna fall for WFG. He gets shredded too early. They're not able to peel for them. Unlikely to survive the just amount of Transformer. We used to call the ultimate Transformers when you got 3. No third, no Temi, no support, just 3 Transformers. Just lay waste of just so much mech to the face.
It was over the moment Alliance managed to grab WFG's Monk before he could transform. Right? Because if you're playing the Temi Takeda Monk, then you're playing for the grab into reverb grab setup off of either bouncing them through the Temi wall or using the Fury and Shoves to continue the stagger so that you can find the next scoop. And that just does not happen as we get tied up 1 apiece. And again, we get this mirror match coming on through Justina Yu Shan as well as that Shan Huan Li. Justina V1 going to be on the side of Zhao Wen as well as on the side of Alliance. No dashes coming through just yet. Looks for the first freeze, manages to find it, looking for the slam down with the charged arrow and B spear, but no, goes for Dragon Slayers into the Nezhas and has to get interrupted by the Yushan transformation to not be able to complete that one. As Xiaowen does have one more dash, gets onto Alliance's Yuma with the follow through from Shuan on that Yushan ultimate, comes out of the ult into the blink state with the F2, spaces out with the jump LMB to be able to put himself up onto that pillar, looking for a distance to be able to pull off a heal as the rest of his team heal for him. Alliance down 1 player already. Unfortunately get parried out of being able to hold on to one of their weapons and now player disadvantage. This is just going to be cleanup.
Big damage with that spear bonk. And looking at all the weapons being used, martial arts is pretty much only burst weapons. All single big nuke damaging weapons, whether it's spear, whether it's flying knives, or it's fist blades. Just having that big nuke allows you to get a ton of damage through, even if your opponent has a combo break. I still haven't seen the parry coming in
with the silence,
yeah, to see how it really changes things. And I guess this is why everyone has pretty much told me that it's not as big of a change as everyone thought, as PP on the Monk, popping it very early. We don't want one of those situations where Monk gets given early on. No one likes a little bit of buy gay dying for free, as Akko's ult is going to come up looking for the Wombo, as Jang on the Viper staying alive, holding on to this Viper ult. He's looking for it right at the end of this fight. Nowhere to hide. Everyone out in the open, not even close to a pillar. But wait, they don't. None of them get stunned for this. Parry's gonna come out. Jang delayed Viper ult is not going to pay off for him as RW is going to clean up WBG.
I feel like WBG, they tried to come out on the Monk comp, thinking that RW would open up with the Eno composition, and unfortunately for them, they lost the opportunity of being able to use things like the ACOS cage to be able to ground the Hardy so he can't set up the cube in his ultimate to get the zipping out of dodge. Now we're going to get the mirror matchup though. Let's see, last time it was actually delayed Eno ult as opposed to using one at the same time, relying on the Hardy to disrupt the Eno instead, but this time we return to the usual form, which is Eno ult versus Eno ult, both of them looking for the jump RMBs to continue applying pressure. AB goes through with the ult, sets up the cube for the team to be able to disengage. Yuan is going to be especially vulnerable with that Zip not having a combo breaker, as both of these Enos are going at it. Youth is currently taking a little bit more damage than his mirror, especially with the pressure coming on through from the Hardy, but one side of the ult, he gets all of that purple armor back, and now we're going to get to see the pressure come through with the flying knives. Looks for the parry, actually gets hit by the drop down. Unexpected, was not ready for that parry, has to use the cube to be able to break away from the fight and look for an opportunity to heal, as WBG's PP is also going to be displacing himself out of the fight into the drop down charge RMB from those flying knives. Gets a little bit of pressure coming on through, comes out with the F to be able to extend onto RW's Youth, looking for the chase, but the Zip F comes through into the follow-up parry, and this is now turning up against PP instead. What looked like an opening is very quickly becoming a closed door, as back-to-back parries coming on through on the side of RW means that WBG are yet to find a kill.
PP trying to buy some time, trying to peel for his zipping as Jang's running for his life. PP finds a little bit open to get a heal off, but we got the second Hottie ult online as PP is going to get dive bombed by AB, cleaning up the trash for RW. AB in a, wait, is it 2v2? 2v2 situation. Hottie zipping mirror. But that means, wait, Hottie ult should be coming up for WBG soon. Oh, it's LV's turn. Can he have the same success as AB and Yuan stuck against the wall? RW had a momentum going their way, but it turns around last second as WBG turns it around and steals it away.
Ooh, this is a new comp that we're getting to see come through. Justina, Syra, Shenhuan Li. As opposed to running the Yushan with it, we're getting the Syra instead. That V2 that's done Dazzle is going to be pretty problematic for AB on the Tianhai, who is not in the Varsha state just yet. They've got the Kurumi as well for that burst healing to be able to come out, as well as the Takeda Furin shoves to be able to peel if you run into something like a Viper composition. As AB still going to be just playing with the flying knives at the moment, now going to be going for that ultimate, looking to find these grabs. We've got the Takeda ultimate on the field as well, looking to try to stagger some of these plays so that AB finds that opportunity. Hasn't been able to quite yet though, as this Shenhuan Li ultimate is meaning that he's just getting to play above AB's head. Justina Freeze comes out, catching onto the Transformer, extended freeze duration onto that one. AB's got a grab. Can he actually complete the slam before his ult turns out? No, but the parry is there with a follow-up charge RMB, and he actually turns the second stage onto PP, who has to now use the combo breaker, set up into that Syra V2, but they're already down one of their players. Now you're looking to just use the laser, beam them down. The Kurumi ult's going to be able to sustain through it, but not the powerful Dazzle, which does connect onto one. However, they don't actually follow it up. AB is able to break away from the stun and get the recovery, as poor PP is left trying to peel for his Justina, who's out of that combo breaker, will be vulnerable. So much damage coming towards TV so that he can try and live, but no, LV is down, and PP without a combo breaker is surely about to get cleaned up. Yeah, he's not even going to try.
What a sneaky Kurumi parry, turning things around. I haven't seen anyone ever use that tech in the long time. Well, Kurumi's been out of the meta for a while, but while she's tethered, a lot of players think like, ooh, Kurumi, healing the teammate, vulnerable. You can actually cancel a tether into parry. Very secret, forbidden Kurumi tech that allows you to sneak one. I haven't seen one applied before. And now with the parry change and the silence, I don't know. I still have to see a moment that parry doesn't play out differently. Still feels like you can, what everyone told me, you can still combo break out even though you do get silence after you get parried. It's just the animation is too long as IG is getting lit up by the Faria of YZG. Or no, XXL is lighting him up. Had it backwards as QGG is gonna pop the Eno ult, delaying it for as long as possible, matching this Syra ultimate. Stun bedazzled, not gonna do much, but IG, we got the ace guard in the hole. Delayed monk ult for the end as QGG trying to put on the pressure as Monk Ian is doing, or Han is doing such a good job of pushing him away and immediately scoops him up on the D-transform.
Oh, what a grab. What a find follow through as well with the flying knives. They do lose the Syra, however, and oh, Han's lost the weapon. That's going to be now going over to the fists, looking for the jump LMPs. As we're going to be seeing XXL now taken down. Han also going to be vulnerable, looking for the 1 versus 2 situation. The Zippot's going to make that very difficult for Han to actually find any level of groundwork here, especially since he gets parried and the second layer of the Hardy ult comes on through, and he is down. And we get to see now Tianhai, Kurumi, Takeda versus Viper Akos, but instead of the Syra, Kurumi coming on through.
What is this wizardry? We have not seen
this is new.
Viper with Kurumi in a very, very long time. I gotta see this. What this execute is gonna look like. Takeda ult's gonna be popped. Okay, we're just gonna respond.
Fight the silence. Kurumi's already used Tava. Has to use the ult. XXL gets pushed out of it by the skill rush. Has to come back on through.
I mean, we
that's a very early Kurumi ult.
We're buying time right here. We're riding out the Takeda ult, but Monk ult is still there. Oh, wait, it's not even silence. It's knockdown. It's F2. He just knocked him on the floor, did a ton of damage, and now Monk is gonna ult. Not silence, chilling. Rumi Circle is gonna come down. Ooh. We get 1 scoop. Do we get 2 scoops? Oh, no one's getting put into the cone sandwich. The 17S looking for the double scoop. On nowhere to go. Gets 1, and XXL of IG is going to fall. Wait a second. We got a 2v1 situation. Is it winnable? Is it winnable? IG? They're trying to fight the XX move. Trying to. Bell's gonna come out.
17S with the coverage.
Gets a parry. Gets a Dragon Slayer.
Yeah, but the charge RMB from the flying knives. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how I feel about taking Viper F2 over F1. In this situation.
I appreciate the science, the hypothesis.
If you had the silence against the monk, even if he gets a grab, like surely you just hit him with the silence so he can't complete the slam, and you can get your teammate out.
I think they're playing a long game. They're playing the long game. Just for the anti-heal against Kurumi F1. It's another thing in martial arts. We've seen a rise of F1, the heal back on Kurumi. Usually, in the past, defense was always used. Not the F1 where it actually gives you a heal. So I was like, I mean, I don't think it's that big. It's strong. Satchiko thinks it's like the best thing ever. I'm just like, I don't know. Who am I to say, though? It looks like it feels very strong. Wait a second. Got two of the goats going out to SR and GG as Rico against the wall. Kurumi gonna pop it. Be able to tank all of it, but CGS on the Justina is gonna back out as Zhao comes flying in. And guess what? CGS is gonna flying out. Bye-bye. Looking for the dash combos, gets one of them, but NY7 on Takeda is shoving him, disrupting the Justina shenanigans, but CJS wants to party. You can't stop him if he wants to get his groove on, as both of their ults are going to end. CJS finds Rico with LXM, they connect and they take him down, and now one left alive, and SR gets picked apart by GG at the end.
Well, mirror Eno comp time. Let's see. Eno versus Eno meta, or is it going to be the Eno Hardy alt line instead? As CJS is going to be the person that we're following so far. Eno going up to the sky, utilizing the F, finding actually the connection mid-air, which means he has to get marked out by Zhao. Out comes the Eno ultimate, putting the pressure with the jump RMBs onto Rico, who also gets hit by the Thunder Mark into the execution stance. LXM too, just shadowing CJS, so every time he gets a knockdown, the follow-up is there with those dreaded flying knives. And poor Rico has no choice but to pop that zip ult almost instantly. He's getting so much pressure put upon him. You know what has now come through from SR's end is Rico's just trying to play behind that pillar, but GG with a later Hardy ult's going to be able to continue staying on top of that zip position and putting the pressure onto them. As Zhao gets hit, intercepted before he can send out the RMB coming on through from those flying knives. Gets one hit onto CGS, gets a big parry onto 330, but the Zip still has the Hardy Cube. We'll be able to space out of the fight before there can be any follow-up damage. And we go right back into neutral as we can actually see that GG 330 got isolated, put into a 2 versus 1 situation against 2 of the players, and now SR have a huge advantage. Not only do they have all of their players up, but they have their Zip up too to be able to send out those Fs on the outsides of the fight. CJS trying to find an opening onto SR Zhao with the LMBs coming through from those flying knives, but unmarked he's going to be able to break into the fight, having to take the 2 versus 1 situation here so that NY7 can get back out without being pressured, and SR will be able to win the fight out with all 3 of their players intact, taking us to a final 3 versus 3.
GG. Double holding bandits, just waiting for the double charge. SR, he tried to cover the meta off timing release focus attacks. Nope. Just gonna get hit with the standard super greedy double charge over and over as LXM takes to the skies, drops down, and like I said, throws the double charge. GG is loving the double charge release on the flying knife. Says Zhao's going for a ride. Wait a minute, we need some peel over here. My man's getting comboed in the backside as Zhao is gonna execute CGS before he can get into his ultimate. Not the Baige as Zhao. Wait a second. LXM, can we clutch it up? We picked up Zhao, put him against the corner. Very, very low right now, but he is on Justina. He's gonna dash out of that line of sight back to safety as SR is fighting their way to close this out. 330, very, very low. He is gonna get taken down, and SR in a 1v3 situation versus LXM. Are we gonna see a clutch up? The stagger is coming out, and LXM is gonna get cleaned up.
Ooh, SR looking clean with it, and now we get to see YZG going to be coming up against RW. Not a mirror match Eno comp time. Okay, let's see how this one fares against the Justina Yushan Shanhuan Li composition. The Zip comp does have a lot of sustain, especially the fact that you can cycle very quickly back into both your Zip and your Hardy ultimate, but the Justina ultimate as well is very low cost, so you might be able to get one of them back in the second cycle of neutral too. As QGG is going to be coming on through with the Eno ult. Justina ult now comes through on the side of RW, looking to get the freeze onto this transformer. QGG going to be coming under a lot of pressure because they also have the Yushan ulting at the same time, but AB already down to half HP. Out comes the pressure onto the Eno, gets the Zip F to be able to stabilize right back up and go in with all of the drop down RMBs, putting all of the pressure onto Yuan. Out of his ultimate though, he comes on through with the F, looking for the second cast of it. Scale rushes up into the sky, sets up the RMB, gets parried out of the weapon though, has to use the Hardy Cube to be able to get himself out of that situation, but Youth has already been taken down. And YZG now just have to find a 2 versus 1 situation to turn this fight properly. QGG in the uppercut gets the zip up, will be able to stabilize his health bar, goes into the 1 versus 1, goes for the quick release of the LMB versus AB, overholding on that fan, finds the better of the engagement, looks to keep up the pressure, gets the 1-2 into the uppercut with the follow through coming on through from Cuckoo once he's aerial, and YZG clean up the situation, all 3 of their players alive, taking down the full team of RW.
Look at QGG with a smile. He hit my man with the mashed potatoes and gravy. We just did the same 1 charge 3 times in a row versus the fan. We're just like, nah. You think, yeah, that's really cool. 1 hold 2, crouch. Oh, yeah, Sager trying to go for it. Nah. 1 charge, my friend. 1 charge. We're just going to hit you with the easy mode as 17S. Put in AB in the blender, gets him with the cross barrier. No, not the buy, gave the die for free, no ult. 17S puts him in the sauce, dips him up and takes him down, cleaning this up. I mean, is it possible to win a zipping Enor? Nah, there's no way. There's no way I can eat my words in a 2v3 situation. This deep, this clean. Rarely do you see Nbpl people getting killed before they're able to pop the ults, but it looks like
that was the parry silence.
No, he died anyway. He was
but he had the yellow bar above his health when he got parried.
He get killed by him. He wouldn't be able to combo anyway. He got killed.
Yeah.
That's the big thing about flying knives is that some of the weapons, when you get parried, even if you get parried, you can't combo break out unless you're Liam. It's not a 2-hit combo, it's a single hit big nukage. As we are going into the next round, Zhao, NY7, Takeda ult already initiated. We've seen this. Takeda, Takeda Kurumi Monk. We're gonna lead with the Takeda ult, but interesting. Monk's gonna come out a little bit later, smacking the Enor around. Wait a second, Enor can't move. He got shoved once and he got looped up by the Monk scoop. Takeda push, and now Zhao with the grab. Very good stuff coming out from SR, but NY7 gets super low. I was like, wait a second, I spoke too soon. I'm gonna curse them. SR stabilizes, brings it back. Everyone very healthy, but it's looking tough. WFG is not going away so easily.
Oh, Zhao gets hit by the LMB into follow through. Loses all of his armor. Oh, gets hit by the crossfire. Big parry to open things up. And again, we get to see that silence supply. Dragon stays into Nez as though sets up the elimination onto Xuan. And SR might have the player advantage, but it might just be temporary. Big Monk F1 comes on through to bail Zhao out of being taken down just there, allowing his teammate to step into his place and occupy WFG's miss. So SR actually keep all 3 of their players up and now just have to finish up this Hardy, who's cycled back into a second ult cast, but has no one else to be able to follow up on the staggers. So Kurumi Teva comes on through on the side of Rico, Takeda Ultimate 2, as well as the God of the Pillars side with the LMPs from those knives, and Zhao Wen is taken down.
Good discipline coming out from SR. All of them got very low. Credit to WFG. They were coming back. They were not going out quietly. Almost at least 2 times they got someone from SR down to 1 hit, but the peel, the banana peel coming out from SR, keeping their teammates alive, allows them to close out the first round. And now we are going to get the Enor Hottie zipping versus the Monk Takeda Temi. We're looking for a little bit of wombo right here, a little bit of Temi action as wait. We're going to lead with the Monk. Where's the Temi ult? We're looking to get that Hottie, force out that zipping ult, but SR is doing a great job of being very annoying. Hottie does get hit by the flying knives as Zhao on the Hottie, forced to use the cube. He's out of there. Got a good heal from his zipping, chilling as Zhao went on the Monk, comes with the stomp. Temi ult finally gonna come in, delaying it, trying to give Zhao Wen on the Monk some safe ground to come into, as Takeda is doing his best to peel the Enor pressure from NY7, but Zhao Win with the double charge, just threatening it. He's just teasing it. Hey, look at me. Look at me. He hasn't released one. Oh, finally releases one, but eats the F2 from the Enor.
Zhao's just shadowing him as well, just sitting behind him looking for the parry opportunity. Has to use the F1 combo breaker, forces out the hardy combo breaker now though, spaces out of the fight, looks to get a heal off. Leaves his teammates though, one person down, and that is going to be taken advantage of. First one falls on the side of WFG. Now they look to put the pressure onto Zhao Wen. Pure comes from the form of the charged R&B from the flying knives from afar, but NI7 still got the occupying on Zhao Wen's attention, turning the R&B onto miss now with the follow-up of the LMB. Gets a huge jump parry to be able to take the Temi down. And we have our finalists. YZG will be going head-to-head with SR, starting off with the Tianhai Takeda zipping, or Kurumi rather, versus the zipping hardy Enor composition. So no mirror matches, Raven, but we're getting to see it will be composition versus composition. Everyone just opening up, trading weapons so that everyone has flying knives to be able to follow up on things like monk grabs as well as drop down charge RMBs in the back if you're not expecting it. 17S taking a little bit of pressure. YZG being very careful not to extend too far into SR space. Hyper aware of the fact that they're going up against a Tianhai and they want to be able to break away. Takeda ult comes on through first. Off of the side of NY7. Zip F is parted over to QGG so he can keep the sustainability coming. Hardy Cube also going to be utilized, set up behind the pillars so that QGG can start healing that armor back up. But we know that this is still going to be SR holding onto the Tianhai ult, which means that QGG has to hold the Enor ult. Out comes the Tianhai transformation. QGG going to be going with his too, but he gets hit by the stomp and loses a good chunk of his health to it. Has to look for an opportunity of the drop down RMBs, but it looks like both teams are actually fully satisfied right now, Raven, to do nothing at all. They're cancelling each other out.
As I believe SR's Kurumi still has ult online, so SR is gonna sit back, wait. Oh, using a defensive Kurumi too, not going with healing, chilling. As Kurumi has a defensive ult still online, YZG no ults to their name, as Rico's gonna find a Dragon Slayer stagger through, but YZG finds a parry of himself and then back. SR gets a parry on parries as QGG is gonna fall to NY7 spear, and now Zhao trying to buy space. Fading out as 17S turns it around, goes to NY7, but nice coverage from the Kurumi, keeping his teammate safe as Cuckoo's going for a ride. Big damage gonna be coming through. Teammate tries to come through with the peel. Cuckoo doing his best on the zipping, but all she can do is heal. But wait a second, we got a second Hottie ult online. Air support being called in from 17S, scooping in as SR's Rico and NY7 try to do an armor swap as Rico, down to his last sliver of health, is gonna get taken down. Zhao and NY7 both release RMBs at the same time as Zhao. No heals to his name. Has to play this out. 17S with the possible 2v1 clutch of the day. Combo breaks gonna come out, but no, the Takeda ult. SR buys the time, keeps it alive, and takes down 17S with the late Takeda ult coming in clutch.
Well, now it's the same comps, but just reversed sides. So let's see if that Takeda is going to be able to come out on top this time. As a 17S, is it going to be early Tianhai ult, or is it going to be held? Looks so far like it's going to be held. Looks for the scale rush to close up the distance. Gets one good jab coming over, has to burn the combo breaker. Gets out of the fight. Now the Enor ult comes on through. 17S actually choosing to hold the Tianhai ult instead of using it now. Instead they're going to rely on QGG looking to peel the team, but Cuckoo has already gone low. Might be forced into using that Kurumi ult, and indeed there it is. Starting to let the team stabilize somewhat as 17S is just not given an opportunity to do anything in this fight right now. Enor ult's about to be done. Out comes the Tianhai ultimate. looking to delay the fight from SR getting any control of the space, as they now have to hide behind all of these pillars. Rico's going to be scouring from one side to the other, making sure that he doesn't get grabbed out. So far, 17S hasn't been able to find much of anything. Xiao with the Hardy ultimates making it very problematic for him to find anyone. If he tries, they're just going to cube away before the grab can come on through. As now out of the Tianhai ultimate, we go back into that neutral set. Out comes the Flying Knives. NY7 looking to actually use that E not F and put the pressure on both players on YZG's end. QGG has been taken down. Cuckoo now 1 versus 2 situation, having to deal with both the Eno and the Zip, putting the full pressure onto him. And unfortunately, that's a Kurumi. No combo breaker unless you've already got the tether attached to someone and you can teleport out. And this is just going to be cleanup, as this time around, the Takeda team loses.
And my 7, the big dog himself, just coming in huge for SR. SR looking like their dominant selves, pretty much winning all scenarios, winning the ult exchange and even winning when no ults are online. It looked like they had the edge multiple times. SR with their discipline. There is a way, there's a stat that isn't recorded anywhere. It's just the amount of pressure you create for your team. Not securing the kill every single time, but just holding focus tags through your positioning. We saw YZG just stuck in their ways, just like a deer in the headlights, not able to deal with the teamwork coming out from SR, and a lot of it was coming because of that double charge hold with the Flying Knives. It's not like other weapons where the melee and assist has a mind of itself, that it'll go towards the nearest target. Now you technically could hold forward and change direction. The Flying Knives at all usually is always aimed when it comes to the focus attack release, and it has the most ridiculous range of all time. It's pretty much a range weapon. Like I don't say it's what I said should be in the game forever. There should be range attack, focus attack, and someone was like, yeah, we already have that, and I'm like, what is it? And like Flying Knives. I'm like, true. Pretty much a range attack, and everyone is using it in martial arts. Like, why don't we enable range when everyone's using Flying Knives anyway? Range is such an important component of the 3v3 fight.
Yeah, I mean, Dunk says, like, I think he puts it best, it changed the game. Like, it straight up changed the game. NARAKA will never be the same after Flying Knives were released. But which hero was not used by YZG in Game 1? Ooh, tricky question to open the day. Were you paying attention to the team comps that YZG chose? Was it A, Hardy? Was it B, Zipping? Was it C, Temi? Or was it D, Eno? Who did YZG not play in their versus matchups? But yeah, like, returning to that whole point, Flying Knives really, really good, just in terms of range, in terms of soul jades too. Like, we've all been there. When Palm Lightning released, we were all like, okay guys, it's epic rarity, but come on, this thing, this should be legendary. There's no way. Moonshot Storm, that's tough to go up against too, but Palm Lightning, oh, I still remember the days where we had 12 players all running Palm Lightning and just trying to play the end game, and you would just hear the kapows of the explosions going off permanently for the entire time that you were trying to cast. It would just be pew, 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 pew.
Nah, I've never thought of pew pew when I heard the Palm Lightning, but now that's all I hear. It's more of a, it's like
You're
a, it's
welcome.
Like it's like a poof sound. I always thought, in my mind, it was like a poof sound when you're poof, 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 poof. And it was just a sustain. Once you got hit by one, it was just a chain reaction. Everyone's like, oh, that guy got hit. Can't bear it. Everyone just loop him. Everyone just loop him. In solos and it didn't matter. Just loop that dude. Just loop him. He's not getting out of there. Oh, I am happy to see SR take down the martial arts, get the 8 points. I mean, YZ doesn't go away empty-handed. They do get 4 points. I wish in solos is worth a little bit more. 2 points seems a little too little for solos, especially how hard it is to win this. In the martial arts, it's best of 3 when you're in the fight. 3 different compositions, but it's BO1 overall, and it's random. You could get SR or YZG first round, and it's just like, GG, we got SR, or you get one of the heavy hitters from the very beginning, and those two teams have consistently been at the top of these martial art games. Like IG, it's like, we got them. I mean, SR and GG as well, opening up two really, really heavy hitters inside Yang as well. So winning this best of one, very, very tough, and you are rewarded some decent points for your troubles.
Well, now we move away from the versus matchups. We go into our battle royale format, and these games, they're aggressive, right? We're gonna be starting off with 4 maps of fireflies. As Raven was talking about, there you can see SR pick up 8 points for their troubles, coming in first place, YGG picking up 4. But yeah, I'm really interested to see if there is actually like going to be a shift in terms of the compositions that get picked in those phases, because before we would have the sort of identity crisis of the teams in phase 2. Phase 1 was always locked. It was always the Uno composition. When we went to the end of the day, the mirror match was always the Uno comp. There was no question about it. But like now, we've started to see the Viper comp do really, really good. The Temi Takeda Monk comp as well has started picking up a lot of traction for how well it can hold the Spirit Well. And oh boy, Spirit Well, that's a whole other point of discussion that we have to come to, Raven, because things got a little bit silly last Tuesday when it came to the Spirit Well. Sometimes we just let teams cap for free, sometimes we contested it so hard it despawned entirely, and then that was the last game of the day where Wolves got Draco Storm for absolute nothing and just burned through the whole lobby in the space of about 10 seconds.
Battle Royale is coming up, but before Battle Royale, we gotta look at some of the highlights of this. Zipping with the parry. Flying knives everywhere. We pretty much see 4 weapons. Flying knives, and flying knives. Nah, I'm just kidding.
And spear.
Flying knives, we got the spear on the Justinas for that burst. Sometimes, I mean, you have the fan backup, but it's mainly flying knives with whip sword and fist blades. So really only 4 weapons. Flying knives and fist blades and spear. Where are all the other weapons? Where's the other love? Whip sword, when it first came out, very, very strong, even in solos, but then Green Focus came out. Everyone started using Green Focus, getting out the full wall combo, now letting you just smother me against the wall. And in trios, we're seeing I still remember when people used the LMB release on the whip sword, and everyone's like, this is trash. The active frames are just so long. Anyone can just jump in and get the parry on it. And now we just see everyone throwing out that focus attack like hotcakes in Nbpl. It's kind of like the Spear Dragon Slayer, except instead of it being a double charge that you have to time and everyone can easily anticipate it, you can vary the timings and just send that swirl out into everyone over and over, and it staggers forever, does 1 billion damage, allows your teammates to really follow up. The big thing we're going to see evolve this year is the team play between all the 3v3 teams. Normally, a lot of teams would prefer playing third party, but now I feel like because of martial arts, a lot of people who weren't jumping in the cold water of going into Yang versus the likes of like GG, TE, Wolves, GG, WBG, all the heavy hitters who just love going Yang, all these other teams staying on the outside now are forced to, because every single week they gotta go into martial arts. So now I just expect everyone to improve a ton more by the end of the year, and part of that is some of the nerdy details that we're talking about, Moxie, like the details of which weapons are being used, which attacks are being used, and ultimately how well the teams are able to utilize these ideas and work together better.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see it a little bit on the first day of Trios this week. The team play was really, really good. Like, someone would basically get parried once and they'd be dead. Literally, because everyone would just jump on them. They didn't get the opportunity to recover. They didn't get to pop their ultimate. It was just like, poof, gone. And then when it came to the long fights as well, there were multiple times where teams they had a player who was like 1 HP, They managed to actually break them away from the fight. They got out, they ran them into a different team, they got to recover off of the attention that then drew, and then they came back and managed to sweep away all of the eliminations. Or sometimes you actually lost someone early and you salty rezzed and ran right back into that fight because you knew that the state of the ultimates were gone. And it was very interesting to see actually that teams like TE would sometimes play it a little bit slower as well. They would go just like around the outsides of the zone. They wouldn't go into second realm of Yang as well. They were able to walk away with an MVP on the first Battle Royale game, like not going into the second realm of Yang, and therefore not being in any of the fights that occurred and kicked off when teams had Yang depletion and had to choose someone to all in. So we got to see a little bit of the both approaches. The super aggressive, just continue your momentum running all the way throughout the match, but also we got to see a little bit of the slower paced stuff coming on through. So it's exciting to get to see what exactly the meta will fall towards one or the other.
I'm excited to see the first game of the day. Fireflies galore, Perdoria, just timings on timings on timings with non-stop ultimate actions. Now, what I did get to see in a lot of solos in the brief amount of trios that I've watched is most teams still the old adage: if you go first, you end up losing. Most of the winning strategies that I've witnessed have been coming in for that third party, just because before it was a little bit more hectic with 12 teams, a lot more hectic with 14 and 16 teams, where the third, fourth, fifth, and the full festival of the whole lobby, half the lobby showing up to a certain spot of the map, was just way more common than it is now. Especially off spawn, we've seen that some teams do favor, like they want to land in their high yield spot. They got a spot that they love landing, but most of the strongest teams have been finding nice timings coming in hot with that initial rage. I still remember when everyone scoffed at initial rage, just like, ugh, but we're just giving up so much stats later on. But you know what stats is really good, Moxie? Kills. And kills off spawn, you get the 3-piece to go off spawn, the nice dipping sauce, that's very tasty if you start it that way. And if one person has to bite the bullet, it doesn't have to be everyone with initial raid. Usually what we've seen is one specific character usually gets the initial raid. For example, like zipping off spawn, because her ult comes online a lot early at 70%. She's able to get there a lot faster than most characters, especially because one Firefly, if you don't have initial rage, doesn't take you to full. You need two Fireflies. But if you eat your Wheaties, you eat nice and healthy, you get the right glyphs, one Firefly pretty much gets you there and allows you to heavily influence the fight. So we're seeing a lot of these ideas develop. You don't really see it normally. It's something that kind of has gone under the radar, but there's been a big evolution in different glyphs as every team is trying to adjust the new rule set, the new tempo that everyone's playing at, and trying to squeeze out every competitive advantage they can for the big 2026.
Yeah, I am really interested to see like the changes to the glyph paths coming on through, because like there's some which are obvious, right? If we get to see that yellow bar over someone's health, we know that they've been hit by the silence on parry with the cooldown of a minute. There's some that's like we're not going to be able to track until we like actually get to see a physical photo of the glyph path, like where you have the stacks of attack, which can stack up to 12, and then the more coins that you have, the higher the stacks can actually go past that. As we're getting ready to head into game 2, this will be our first battle royale. This is where my interest is peaked. Is it going to be, well, I mean, first phase likely going to still be the Eno composition. What's second though? Does the same thing happen that happened on day 1? Do we get a top heavy Viper composition coming on through? Because like we did see the Temiti and Haitakeda team take an MVP. It was on Morris Isle. And it was when there were 2 monk teams in the lobby, because the one time that there was one, it got very quickly overwhelmed by the amount of Viper teams in that lobby. It did not have a fun time, as it has to use so many of its ults to be able to just burn through one fight. to set up for those eliminations, as opposed to some of these other comps, which can make do with 1 or 2 and still have something in the pocket to be able to deal with that third party situation. As what is it going to be? Zipping means that we're going to be seeing Hardy Eno come through for first phase. It's second phase though, Raven. Is it the split, or are we going to be seeing the full lockout of the Viper composition or the Shen Huan Li?
I feel like on Perdoria, because of the catapults, it allows you to really extend your hunting radius so much. Like multiple
it's happening.
Players can be going on. Yep. Jang on the Viper. I was like, I know a lot of Vipers who love playing Viper on Perdoria just because JL or TXJ in particular made it very, very popular using catapult to control the map. Just the amount of range rotating between the catapults, because as long as your team can coordinate correctly, you basically have a giant wolf pack just scanning the entire area. Now, if you get caught out and you get focus fire, then it's not going to work. But with the discipline, YGG is like, no. I want to play what I want to play. Wait a second. We get the money? Like, wait a second.
I think that that's discussion, right? Because that's the thing. You can read the comps that people have picked. You don't actually know if the Viper comp has made it far. So I think like they're debating between trying to work out if there's multiple Tianhai teams already in the lobby, or if they can go for the Viper composition. Because we did see on day 1, sometimes no one picked the Viper comp in phase 2, one picked it in phase 3, and then it got double picked in phase 4. So I think YZG were trying to work out, like, are we going to be able to get a free Viper composition in the lobby? If there's already 2 Viper comps in the lobby, do we really want to run the Tianhai?
Oh no. SR is gonna have a rude awakening when they look in the lobbies. Got no counter to the Viper. Oh no.
Yeah, it's happening again, Raven. This is literally just an extension of day 1.
That means a soft counter to Viper, but as long as Viper can connect to Takeda, you just stop a lot of the bullying Takeda has. You just silence him as he's in ultimate, and he kind of he doesn't have full control of the fight. Now Monk can iframe if he doesnn't get silenced and everything.
But there's multiple Vipers though, is the problem. If Monk uses his ult D-transformation or transformation to iframe, one Viper ult, and then another Viper team comes along.
No, you just can't
Monk's
win.
run out of iframes.
Viper. You just can't win versus Viper Syra. It's just not. It's not winnable. The Akos is the cherry on top. It's like Justina is not as good at killing Hadi, but Akos is. Just put him in the cage, just catch the bird, put him in the cage, clip his wings.
No jumps. Just full box him in, then hit him with a powerful dazzle on the Syra V2 at the end of it. Like, I'm really surprised actually that we didn't see a lockout of the Viper composition early on, because like I said, this is straight up an extension of what occurred on day 1, where teams did not go. They went for that split of the Viper comp. It got 3 of them up, and even if it didn't win that game, it still grieved at least 2 teams out of a podium finish that match. A lot of these teams are about to run into multiple issues having to deal with a triple Viper comp running around.
Whoa, that's a lot of points. 15.2 average on SR. GG. 11.2. They have a chance versus the Viper comp because they have a Yushan, but I've seen Yushans play Skewer a lot. I had to see what the I didn't get to see what their ability usage was, but I've seen Skewer on the Yushan, so got the V2. Okay, AB is gonna be able to defend. No Skewer there. No nonsense. But I don't know. I still don't see how the Yushan Justina Lee beats even any of the Viper compositions. I want to see that matchup a little bit.
Yeah, they won 1. They won game 5 on day 1. It was Viper for game 2, Viper for game 3, Monk come for game 4, Justina for game 5, and then we had a mirror match. And that was how it panned out.
GG still landing in the bottom left no matter what. We're just landing in the bottom left for years. Like, good googly moogly. We're still doesn't matter.
It's that turf. We can just rename Twilight Pass to GG marks the spot.
Poison jellyfish. That's how I call that area. It's not will not go because it's jellyfish. Unless you got a Kurumi, then it's like manageable. But if not, just no jellyfish shenanigans. Not running into jellyfish and just poison to death. Gross. As we are going into the first one, we got a big spread throughout the map. A lot of fair 3v3s going down. So we're going to see the first one. WBG versus IG as Jang comes in with a sign. It's not going to be a landing. Big Meow is going to come through. Find the stagger into XXMU. Jang is going to get stunned right here. We get some Viper on Viper violence. Syra of IG is already taken down. Now we got a 2v3 situation as XXL has a whip sword in his hand. Double hold on time. Jang gets the silence off. Doesn't have an ult or a weapon himself. And PB comes in with the flang, but Han, nice job. Going to keep his team alive, but look at this timing attack from WFG. We see the Vipers going at it, the snakes going at it. We're going to weed these snakes out as we're going to be coming in with the third party. Juwon is going to try to get peeled up a little bit from the ankle sole, but still, these two teams are so scuffed. No weapon on half of their players as Han is going to get swarmed and taken down by WFG.
Oh, great timing coming on from WFG. Both Vipers burning their ults at the start of that engagement meant that one of them was destined, unfortunately, to lose the ult due to the other one stun coming for first. Is WBG, that's still holding on. PP with this dagger is pretty problematic for the teams to have to finish cleaning up, as he can just continue to land those scale rushes until NARAKA actually knocks into him with the great sword scale rush, clipping the Syra's wings. At least for a little bit, as they're still going to have those early lives to be able to go to the Soul Altar. And we can actually see that YZG, they have full run of Arcadia to the point that they've already had all of their Southern Thunder coins picked up and been able to grab the 17 as that Vulpine Essence coming on through. As meanwhile, it looks like WBG LV try to run to Imperium and runs right into RW instead. Akos Cage comes out to tether two of them, and he's out like a bandit. The cat with 9 lives loses at least one of them, but with the V2 trap, he's able to keep them locked in place long enough to make it to the catapult and book it out of there.
YZG on the Viper. QGG gets the silence onto Youth of RW. Youth not able to get away. Cuckoo with the nunchucks, locking him down. Smackety smack smack. Give me that kill. As RW is gonna keep on running. No, actually, not no man left behind. One man left behind. We can't keep you. We got to cut our losses as they are. They do need to reset as the first Yang is going to be coming up. Alliance, very, very stacked. Yuma, purple armor on the Enor. Looking to get in there and active inside Yang. Does Akos Syra Viper beat Enor Akos? Or Enor zipping? I feel like the anti-burst still has the edge because they can extend cooldowns forever. It's really just in the name. Viper is just like a very bursty comp, very assassinating. But inside Yang, Viper notoriously hasn't done well. We saw him in 2025. Just seen a Syra, she did well. But as we're seeing this new variation, Akos comes out, caging Juwon. He can't get out. Every button's getting clicked right here. He's getting shredded, but the zipping ult and the F1 heal onto Juwon, limiting the damage, allows him to carry him to the promised land of the jumping R&B land. Here we go. Froggo Enor coming at you hot. Boom, boom. Jumping R&B's looking for the skewer. XXL doesn't want to go on a kebab. Just throw me away as XXL gets taken out to the trash.
It it is kind of wild that Eno lived that. Like, you got hit by Viper, you got hit by Aegis Cage, you got hit by Cyrus Stun. But no, his teammates were able to peel for him. Zip with the heals, Hardy with the cube as well to give him that combo breaker to be able to recover and set up into the ultimate to get the health reset. And WFG, it cost them a lot, but they're able to keep their head above the water and come out on top. Thankful for them as well. I think IG's the only team close by in the area who could potentially have looked for a third party. Unfortunately for IG, they're not in a great position. They've been constantly on the back foot, losing that hot drop fight, reviving up in Imperium, and running into another team to the point that they actually lose one of their players. As we can see that YZG will be picking up a Moonbane, dropping that one, I'm guessing, on the entrance of a Realm of Yang, so they can set up their position to go into it. If you have a Viper composition or any composition with CEC, going into those Realm of Yangs is always a little bit more perilous than previously, as you might lose someone before those portals let your full team through. So locking it up securely with a Moonbane is a very good insurance clause, as we can see that SR, they're actually still skirting outside that Moonbane. They know if a Moonbane's dropped, there's going to be a team close by trying to get through that portal, and they might look to grief out the entrances. GG doing as GG always does, dropping on Twilight Pass, not being contested, and slow rolling their way to have all of the loot and try to take that first Realm of Yang fighters. We can actually see that some of these teams looking to still find that recovery state. Rebirth Charms being used on the side of RW, since everyone's attention will be turned to the shiny Realm of Yang and taking them away from camping out those soul altars, as WFG will be able to get both the floating pile spawn with the fireflies and all of the loot from the 4 stashes into then moving ever so slightly forward to be able to lay stake to a Realm of Yang right next door.
With the fist blades? We're not going to take the fist blades? Interesting. Going with the double dual Halbies. UGG or 17S got the red jade. Got it on deck. So YGG is going to have a little bit of a surprise for them, even if they get pressured right here. WFG's Juwan finds the F2. He's going to teleport, smack him away. Cuckoo falls to the ground. Half of his blueberry armor is going to get shredded right here. Juwan is going to pop the Eno Orb. Try to get down to business on 17S. As 17S is going to get skewered. Gets picked up a little bit by his Syra, but now Juwan jumping back in onto 17S, jumping R&B's going up. Acrosalt is going to come up, he's going to sit on the pillar, bounce away here as Juwan is going to get stunned by Viper. QGG doesn't get the pressure onto Juwan, instead turns around onto the zipping miss of WFG. Now QGG staggered and dismantled from behind, just in a blink of an eye, gets kaboomed out of existence as WFG is gonna take them down.
Palm lightning. I know it's blue flying knives, but palm lightning, it's such a pain to have to fight. We got to follow the Viper perspective. Multiple staggers coming on from that Soul Jade. As it is unfortunate. I like as well the fact that they opened with the Hardy ult as opposed to letting the Akos try to cage the Hardy and prevent the cube setting up and allowing the team just a freedom of booking it away with that Zip being so vulnerable without the combo breaker in place. As we can actually see that GG were able to win their Realm of Yang and are now instantly on the footsteps of IG, who are in the wrong place at the wrong time. XX is alone at the moment, likely split from the rest of his team so that they could try to go for a little bit more survival, as the team is currently reduced to only the 2. Syra V2 is about to expire. Powerful Dazzle actually catches 2 players on the side of GG, allowing the Syra a little bit more opportunity to create some distance, but 330 was not hit by the CC and will be able to stay on top of the Syra. Multiple grapples to his name, gets the scale rush, sets up for the catch coming on through from the rest of his teammates with the Justina ultimate actually thrown in for good measure to make sure that they can lock that elimination down and fast before another team can come through in third party. And we can actually see how exactly GG ended up winning their Realm of Yang against the Viper composition. CJS with the grapples, keeping up the pressure, flying knives, looking for the charge RMP before just turning yet again onto this ACOS. Looking for the hold, waiting for the ACOS to land. Out comes the Justina ult, using the first dash to close up the distance. ACOS cage comes on through. PP looking to find a little bit of capitalization with the fan charged RMB, but we've got another Justina dash in the field. CGS is able to get out of the ACOS cage with 2 snaps of that tether, turning back into the fight with 1 more dash to his name. Skirmishes up into the pillar, finds the connection, turns onto PP, who is currently sans that combo breaker and being fully pressured by the Yushan ultimate. GG very much in full control of the situation. CGS turning the flying knives. PP is already down, and we hear palm lightning sounding off. Because at this point, it's just a matter of cleanup and not getting hit by this very late Viper v1. Justina F comes out, but CGS is outside of the blink state, so does get hit by the Viper stun, but he's still got both of his teammates to be able to peel, so they'll be able to finish off the fight.
That's one thing that's very different from Battle Royale and martial arts. In Battle Royale, it's never a fair fight. Aids are in the game. Not everyone has the same loot. And certain compositions, when they get going good. As Alliance on the zipping Enor Hottie just shredding through the lobby. The second that you got that gold weapon advantage, all of your transformers scale up so much from it. Enor does way more damage. Hottie does way more damage. As Alliance, they get what they need and they're out of there. But RW wants a piece of that. Where you going? As we are going to go back to the center of the map. SR and YZG duking it out as Rico on the Monk getting chased down and surrounded. Apple's ult going to come now from 17S, and Jang, the lone Viper with 25 seconds to go. Double bonk into the silence. QGG just split away from his teammate. Like, what is this rogue Viper coming out of nowhere from a different team? As YZG is going to pick off the other parts of SR. SR, the victim of the multiple scuffed Viper teams, as he's gonna get kaboomed by the flying knives of Kukatu. And unlucky for SR, Moxie. Very, very unlucky. Double
This is what I was talking about, Raven. There's always one team. It's always one team, wrong place, wrong time, runs into the Viper comp, gets all in, loses the round because of it. Like, this is why I find it so surprising that the teams are letting triple Viper comps through, because that just multiplies the threat of that happening to you. It's not just one Viper team that can do that. Now there's 3 of them. As Alliance will just be hanging out in Mercury River for now. WFG trying to recover their game, grabbing one of their players back, as we can actually see that Zhao Wen is in a very good state at the moment, having that legendary weapon. Purple Soul Jades on the field as well for a bunch of their players, and I'm assuming one of those Soul Jades, for Mist at least, will likely be group heal as well, as we're going to soon be having a second Realm of Yang rotations come through. But not a lot of teams actually have all of their members still intact to be able to take the fair 3 versus 3. As with the Viper comps, a lot of people are currently down 1 player. As we get to see, ooh, GG versus Alliance for this side of Yang. CJS is the person that we're following, but the Justina currently does not have ult. So it's going to have to start finding some hits with this Hong sword to be able to actually have that V1 built up. Out comes the Hardy ult on the side of Alliance. CJS taking 1 hit, rolling out of the way of the triple charge, getting the pressure onto Alliance's Revenge to force the Zip into having to use the ult. Enough damage has been done that CGS has the ultimate burnt up. Now just has to decide when he wants to use it, as currently the team is just using the coverage of O's Yushan ultimate instead. The Yushan putting the stagger onto the Zip. No cube left for the Zip to break away from with the charged R&Bs from that Hung Sword. Now we get the Justina dashes, and they know that Revenge is low enough to go down. GG managed to take out the Zip, and now just have to deal with both the Eno and the Hardy. Ushui does manage to get a blistering edge connection onto CGS, but he also finds the parry with the Hung Sword, and that will be Free walking away with the win.
GG. They find, even without full 3 ults, Justina just does a really good job of building up her ultimate, coming in clutch, pressuring on the outside, finding the ult later on, and normally, yeah, that comp is mainly designed to beat other Viper comps, not really designed to fight against the Hottie composition. You can't really cheese it the distance, as we are going to see RW very
they got griefed. IG's Han Akers caged them and ran, and RW got Akers caged and could only break it, but not before WFG could get on top of them.
Well, they're gonna have to fight WFG off with blue armoreds now. As long as we got purple weapons and decent jades, the armor is more cosmetic than anything. It's just people judging you, be like, you're clearly not one of the Yang winning teams. We're seeing some blueberry armors on this side, but you still can be a threat. Now, after second Yang, you can wait things out, wait to 2 minutes so that no buffs are up. And as we see, Alliance already down to 3 minutes 20 seconds. They are going to find YZG's Kukatu jumping up from the cliff, hit him with a couple pokes. But they are going to run into 17S. Gold armor. Wait a second. That doesn't make any sense. We got blue armor, purple armor, and gold armor. We got all stages of NARAKA wealth right here. As Kukatu backs off, they don't want to take this particular fight. GG. Double purple armor, all gold weapons going around, scouring the map with their mystic might, looking for any stragglers. You know, a lot of the times we saw duos and solos make it these Endgames, so grabbing that mystic might, the chances are you can find one of these rats hiding in the bushes, as we are going to make their way to the fight. Alliance versus YZG. Flying knives already creating an impact from Kukatu. Double charge getting released at max range, but Kukatu very, very low. Forced to pop the Cyber ultimate to stabilize his team. They're in a tough position though. Alliance does have ult prio going forward, but nice job from YZG bailing out, creating some distance to see if they can get a better opener. But Yuma is going to activate the Enor card and come flying in.
Does YGG have anything left to be able to deal with it? Yes, they do. Oh no, GG is here too. Looking for the third party opportunity. They see the Akers cage. They see the Viper's done. Yuma now is going to be coming under a fair bit of pressures. Here come the cannon shots coming on through from the side of GG. Showing up, using almost instantly that Justina V1 to set up the freezes. But the Forbidden Seal has been popped. The ultimates are down, including CJS's. As we get now the pressure, the cleanup. QGG getting hit by the Dreadful Whale coming out from RW, who also showed up to the third party. Charged R&B from the Whipsword. LXM's down, and what looked like a good opportunity for GG is very quickly turning against them. As RW with that Shenhuan F going to be able to stay on top, looking for the headbounce, turning onto one of the last players from CJ, Asu does managed to get out of the Forbidden Seal and escape the Dreadful Whale before it comes through. Cuckoo with a huge parry onto Yuma, but the terrain works against him. Yuma dodges out of the parry damage and now does get taken down from that fan. But what a mess of a fight, Raven, we have here. Every team in the lobby, it feels like, showing up, brought in by the appeal of that Forbidden Seal, understanding that there is a fight occurring, and in the blink of an eye, we're reduced to only 2 teams having full players up.
Yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles. 9 players left alive. WFG looking in prime position to secure this. We got 9 kills on YZG, 9 kills on WFG, 9 kills on GG, and 6 kills on RW. Unfortunately for YZG, they got a man down. And unfortunately for GG, they got a man down. So RW looks like they're in the driving seat to take this game down, as Spirit Wall is going to be coming out. WFG, their main competition, it looks like they're in position to grab the Spirit Wall uncontested. Are they going to end up regretting not contesting this?
This happened last time too, Raven. Teams just let everyone get it for free, and now everyone outside of WFG has Yang depletion, and you don't even get the opportunity of running away, because like WFG, they're like, okay, cool, we got the cap, we know we've got the cap, let's just send our Eno all the way out into the reaches of the edge of the zone. He can use his ult. The moment that he loses it, we've still got the cap of the Spirit Well. He'll get a second one. It will be A-okay. And GG now are the ones coming under pressure for the fact that no one contested WFG. Once this ultimate is done, this Yushan will be gone. But it's not WFG who actually pick up the elimination. RW, opportunistic, sit outside the fight and come through with the last hit of those nunnies. But here's the second ult cycle that we talked about. Mist goes low, but the coverage comes on through from his Enel, and he'll be able to get away from the fight before he can get taken down. As we are going to actually see him fall now to the side of RW Youth, having to fight inside that zone, was chunking the Zip's health bar down. You can still pick him up though, but do WFG have the opportunity to do so? As now out of that Eno role, you have to be a little bit concerned about RW having 2 players on your tail, and one of them fresh out of a U-channel. Big parry comes out, and WFG lose 2 players back to back, despite having capped the Spirit Well and getting buff.
Buff doesn't guarantee everything, as 2 minutes and 21 seconds for RW. They need to find a cleanse for this depletion, as Yaowen is going to get the parry, but unfortunately gets shredded afterwards, as Yuwen is going to be on this episode, bouncing around, gonna pop the Lee ultimate to try to make some peel, one the gunshot. And oh my goodness, CJS is getting taken for a ride. He's dashing out of there. 1 dash, 2 dash. He wants no part of the shenanigan, but RW's Yushan's gonna come slamming through, as multiple players going and risking the biscuit in the Moonbane surfing. 17S is gonna risk it, and he's not gonna get far as he gets shredded. And wait a second, the game is over.
Yep, that was it, Raven. That was it. GG's last player dies to Moonbane.
What? Yeah, did I see 9 players still off the line?
No, YZG only had 1.
Well, I mean 9 total in the lobby. No, 7 people.
Yeah.
Huh.
It was crazy. YZG had like 1 person left, GG had 1 person left. WFG were a full team, but despite having buff, they sort of overextended and got turned onto just in that last fight. And yeah, that was a honestly like crazy last 2 fights that we got to see. Both the fight that occurred when teams had Yang depletion off of second realm of Yang fighting inside the Forbidden Seal, where so many players showed up to the mix. Like, GG were thinking, oh, this is our opportunity, we can third party into this. We've got all of our ultimates, we know that they've used Aqua's Cage, we know that they've used Viper ult. We can use their stun setups to set us up for coming through. And then Forbidden Seal pops and it just all falls apart a little bit for all of the teams involved. And the teams that aren't involved are the ones that come through A-okay to be able to try and go back the merry way of the rest of the map. And then like afterwards we've got the Spirit World come through, WFG doesn't get contested, everyone else gets hit with Yang depletion, no one makes a play to go for the flag because that would just be the worst decision to make when everyone is looking your way for a common enemy, essentially to paint themselves as a target. And we just see person after person ripped apart, shredded through, either by the Moonbane or WFG or RW's whole team.
The Moonbane. I think in solos, solos games ends pretty fast, but this ended up even faster in trios. For the Twitch chance, answer for some treasures. And answer A, B, C, and D in the Twitch chat. The lucky ones will be replied and whispered. Special gifts are dropping. How many kills did Alliance get in game 2? Was it A, 10, B, 11, C, 12, or D, 13? I was saying that everyone was tied at 9 apiece, but I blinked and the end game was over. I was like, wait a second. What? I was ready to see like another little fair fight go down, but no. Just the Moonbane and a couple players getting shredded up on the corner. And this is what's like a little bit telling about the meta, how it's not really mapped out completely yet this year. There's no way that it could be like the new rules and one of the biggest changes in the game ever with the parry change. Everything is kind of up in the air. The compositions are still very similar to 2025 as we're looking at the overall scores at the bottom. IG with 1, WBG with 2, SR with 2, WFG with 10 points, a 9 piece to go, GG with 9 as well. 10 points to go. Alliance with 11 kills. YZG with 10 kills. 12 and 11. Very, very top heavy. And because of no, kill multiplier for ending one, it is just so tough to get the points going now. And because it's so hard to get the points going, we're seeing a lot of the strategy is run it down. Just like get in there and run it down, look for the kills, get it going. There's no longer playing very, very safe in endgame. I mean, early on in the season, we saw a lot of people get exploded by Yang depletion because no one wanted to go first. Everyone was playing chicken. But looking at the scores, EB with 1, 8k damage, not a lot of damage there. Youth with 10k damage, 8k to 10k, we're going into the 5 figures and 11k damage as RW at the top. I would not have predicted this team to be at the top, Moxie, for game 1. I would not have predicted this one. YZG, WFG, Alliance, GG, SR. It's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. I expect all these teams to continue doing well.
Well, I mean, YCG was reduced to 1 player. Same for like GG in the mess of a fight that happened within the Forbidden Seal. That was where things fell apart for those teams. And then WFG like going through with the buff, having 2 casts of their ultimate, but still fighting in the zone, losing missed early, and then finding your Eno out of ult being chased down upon by Yushan who still had his, in a 1 versus 2 situation was a rough time for them to try to recover from, as we can have a look at the highlights coming on for CJS being an absolute demon on the Justina inside those realm of Yanks with the dashes. YGG here just griefing multiple teams out with the Akos cage locked down into the Viper V1 follow through, charged R&B from the longsword. WBG showing up as well. Only Viper left for WBG, but still has a V1 and makes it YZG's problem. Poor QGG. Han goes out to the zone after having locked a team into taking a fight against YZG with the Acres cage, and that there was the moment fighting inside the Forbidden Steel that reduced so many players in our lobby. You can see here from the player count, we're already down to 7 as RW finds the elimination onto one of WFG's last players. The Acres cage, they're coming on first. 17S going down to, 2 hits of a Moonbane, locking his position up and allowing RW to get the finishing blow with the Shen Huan Li ultimate. And it will be the Shen Huan Li getting MVP.
Ah, yes. Getting that max range nukage even through the Moonbane, you know? Just if you're in my line of sight, we're gonna get that ultimate through. You won. 11k healing. Ooh, it's a lot of healing coming in for my man. More than his actual damage. My man was just sitting there. Wait, do we have group heal?
Nope.
No.
No group heal. Unless he had it and he might have dropped it to someone else.
Possible. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, actually. You said it, I had to like go back into my memory. I was like, is there actually a practical reason to give my group heal away right at the end here?
Well, I mean, if you're wanting your Shen Huan to play position 1 and be like really proactive in taking the fight so that he doesn't lose uptime, you would want to drop it to one of your players, potentially like your Justina or maybe your Yushan after he's ulted, so they can sit outside of the fight and still continue the heals while your Shen Huan Li continues applying that pressure.
True. Very true. We are going to be going into game 2. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, or technically game 3. Martial arts counts as game 1. We're going to take a short break, and there's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. And we are back after one of the shortest breaks of all time, Moxie. I am Raven PLZ, and Moxie brought up a really interesting point of the previous trios to me, where she said that no one is picking and dealing with this Viper shenanigan. We're seeing in the phase 2, because one team is like, you know what? Nah, we're not going to choose the meta comp. We're going to go with Viper instead. We're getting 3 Viper comps in the lobby. And because of that, the defensive compositions can't really hold their ground. We're getting all in. Every team is full sending it, and everyone's getting picked apart. And we're seeing probably the shortest endgames I've ever seen in my time of watching Pro League.
Yeah, this happened literally all of day 1. I was like, okay, let it through one game. I get it, it's something new. You're not expecting teams to be like this locked onto the Viper composition. Then it happened game 2, Raven. Then it happened game 3. Then it happened game 4. The only time that it did not happen was when we went to the mirror match and they did not get the opportunity to use that Viper comp. So like, I feel like, do they make the adjustment next week when like all of the teams have experienced it? Because this is a different group of teams. They got the opportunity to watch what happened in day 1, but they didn't get to play day one, and there was no adjustment made. Like, for the entire duration of the day, it was just free Viper comps getting through, and even if it did not MVP, it still griefed out every team's endgame potential, because you're running in, you've got like one person on your squad left, two if you're lucky, if you manage to survive two of your players through the absolute brawl fest that is a Viper team all inning you, and then another team of that Viper composition showing up with another cast of the Acos Cage, another Viper V1 to be able to lock you all into place. That our endgames are getting to the point where just in that last game, we didn't even get last Spirit Well. We got Lost Moonbane. That was as far as it made it to, and you're like, okay, yeah, time to rev up the play-by-play hype. We're going to a last fight situation. It'll be a free versus free. What? The game's over. Okay. So I'm really hoping when we go into the phase selection for this next game, I think you understand now my frustrations at seeing those hero picks and not seeing the Viper composition just get fully locked behind closed bars, because there's no way you can let three of them loose again, surely.
I mean, I've always been a fan of the heal-off situation, but as we've seen the rules and things changing in NARAKA, we want faster and faster action. The point where, man, the tempo is so fast that it's just ending with a couple minutes. Even the last phase not even going down. Now maybe, I mean, I would still say again, it's still early days in this type of meta, so teams are not able to really hold their ground. But I feel like everyone's playing for keeps now. Everyone wants to just full win, and the big rule change this season is like no placement points, less people in the lobby, and we haven't seen less points. We're still seeing that 9 to 12 points. And
well, day one had 21 points.
Yeah, so like early, what I saw in solos is like early and mid game, it still feels like the same. Even if it's like 12 teams in the lobby, 12 players in the lobby, it still felt the same. It's just endgame is very, very different now, because you get a lot more 3 teams left, 4 teams, like not even really 4 teams, is a lot of times 3 teams, maybe 4 teams on the first battle royale day, the match 2. But as you go on, it's like you know, we're just running it down. We got to get more kills. We can only get kills if we do damage, and when we go damaging, we get Viper flanked over and over. So I'm really curious to see, are we going to see a phase 2 switch from these guys? Because if not, Viper is going to be a nuisance for these like anti-burst comp, these longer scaling compositions that want to kind of take things slow and really get their money's worth on the endgame Spirit Wells. But if we don't even get to the endgame Spirit Wells, I imagine the meta shifting back to being very Viper heavy and countering Viper instead of this anti-burst style with Hadi.
Maybe Mataru. That's what Dunk and I were theorizing. That if Viper starts coming back in such a impactful way, because not only has it been griefing with the third parties, it was also holding Spirit Well. Like, it MVP'd twice in day one because it was able to hold Spirit Well. One time entirely uncontested, the second time much more contested, and we actually got to see 2 Viper comps going at it. One who got Spirit Well, one who did not. And it was a free team situation with both of the Viper comps basically all inning each other and turning onto the outlier as well, which was the Yushan composition. And that maybe if Viper is starting to be more problematic, Matari is brought back in for the sole purpose of Matari's ultimate being able to counter Viper's ultimate. Since the Viper comps are dealing well both in Yang, outside Yang, early game with Fireflies being able to get their ultimates online so quickly. And ooh! Hold on a moment. Wait, WBG, misclick? Or actual sending it?
I mean, WBG did the same thing on the other phase. They're the Viper shenaniganers. If they pick Viper, whoever goes second is like, wait a second. Why?
But it's not more expensive. They can still pick Viper.
Yeah, I know, and they're trying to get another triple Viper lobby. They're just setting up the shenanigans. But YZG is just like, nah, we do same thing no matter what. No adjustments. Stick to the game plan.
Here's the thing. Phase 2 has never been the double Viper lock. It's always phase 3 or phase 4.
I think it should be though.
Yes, I agree.
Oriented, but this is the adjustment we got to make, or we got to go full Viper counter, and like anticipate it. Like,
but it's always been this. Phase 2 has always been the identity crisis of the Justina composition with the Yushan Shenhuan. Then one team goes Viper, or potentially they go the Temi Takeda Tianhai. Which means, Raven, other than, you know, no hero is actually more expensive currently.
Enor is a very expensive man. You need to pay to play the Enor, the flashy Enor. He wants to be taken out for how fabulously flashy he is with the water skin blinding me every time he jumps in RBs over and over. I'm just getting flashbang by his jumping RB as
it's the immersive Enor
SR
experience.
Gonna go with Viper, while GG is gonna go with the counter to Viper, the Yushan. You know, we just
no triple Viper. That's locked up.
What the monks? Now we got a triple monk lobby.
Now we have a triple monk lobby.
My favorite. Interesting triple monk. Unless, I mean, monk always goes Yang, so they're probably gonna Dango in Yang. Unless they dodge each other in Yang. Let's see how it plays off with the monk.
But that's such a low possibility, though. If we have 3 Tianhai teams, and we have 3 Realm of Yangs on the first rotation, surely, like, 2 of them at least go through.
I mean, you can play Spirit Wall instead, because it's so strong on Spirit Wall that you're gonna get it uncontested. They pretty much teams roll up and they see Temi and Monk, they're like, yep, nah. Go somewhere else. That real estate is already claimed. It's very hard to beat Temi Monk on a Spirit Wall. It's the original box composition, just because it's so good at being like, this is mine now. If you come close, we have a monk here who will go grabby, and we have the Temi wall that will go trappy. Trap and grabby means you cannot go anywhere for the Spirit Wall. They are for sure all in. Now,
I really want to see how this
5 rounds of no endgame. Am I really gonna see 5 rounds of no endgame?
I mean, I want to see how this WBG composition. Yeah, it's a binder. Oh wait, I forgot. Yeah, this is your first time seeing it. So the first time we saw it, I actually pointed it out to Duncan. He was like, "Yeah, but it's empty mocks." But now it's full of notes. So that binder is the next step in terms of the binder buff that we have. No more just notebook, full binder. But we can have a look and
I'm gonna bring
see.
a cart of a library. I'm gonna bring a cart that has a library on it.
Just a little shopping trolley of books.
Yes. With snacks on it too. Can't take it to the next level. I'm gonna have the snack cart. Snack cart of strats. As we
A
are
little
looking
trolley.
at the builds. What the? Wait. Did we saw 2? There's 2 Enor comps,
Yeah, there's
right?
one classic Enor comp and there's one, Viper Syra comp coming through from
the
WBG.
shenanigan. I was like, what is? I didn't see.
Yeah, I really want to see how it does, because I feel like this is WBG trying to like read into the fact that Viper comps keep getting through, and they want to have 3 Vipers. Didn't work out for them though. Only 2 this time, as we head to Morris Island. Oh, no surprises. GG, Secret Tunnel. Who could have foreseen that turn of events? YZG certainly know what they're doing. It's gutsy to drop on GG's preferred location on Morris Isle, given that this is Fireflies. So those secret tunnels will have abundant amounts of bugs for those ults to start coming through, and trapped in a small space against something like an Enor or Tianhai is not where I would want to be playing.
GG is kind of like the Morris dungeon of Naraka. You just if you queue up, you go top right. You're going against the raid boss of GG in there. Yeah, are you gonna clear them out? Then they aren't undefeated. They are mortal, as we are at the top left of the map, just north of Southern with WFG. The monk teams, they want to land and get to the juicy, high concentration of loot, as YZG gonna go into zone for their loot. The monk team's just monkeying it up, doing a bit of looting monkey business out in the zone. Not every position, even on Morris, is equal. I mean, Sunwing has the highest concentration of loot, but also has these high trees. You don't want to deal with Vipers dropping from the trees. Literally what the Chinese teams call it, Viper from the sky, where Vipers are dropping over and over. But it's at this point, I feel like the awareness of it doesn't seem as special as it used to before, but so many players constantly have someone looking at this guy. Generally, the player who has to counter the Viper ult as it comes in. When you're going through trees and stuff, they have the grapple out. They're looking at the trees to make sure they don't get hit by some weirdo flanked. As we are going to see RW and SR for the first fight. Wait, we didn't see any fight. That was actually the longest before in an engagement action.
But this is the first
tempo
actual fight. I mean, it's Fireflies. Potentially teams are worried about multiple Vipers making it first. Oh my goodness. RW's already got Cavalry Bloom? Oh, SR's NY7 loses all of that blue armor. Gets hit by the Hardy ultimate too. Has to pop one of those shield potions. Will be able to have the coverage if SR Rico's ult, but the Sarah V2 is done, and we can actually see RW running towards the Forbidden Seal if they want to pop it. They want to keep ults in play though, as Youth was able to get his Ina ult off. Gets caged by the ACOS, will get hit by this Viper V1 stun, which leads to all of the follow-up damage, acclimatizing right on to the Hardy. He's been able to break away from the Ace cage, has the combo breaker, utilizes the LMB from the Hung Sword to carry himself out of that fight, as Yuan with the Zip ultimate is going to be able to start coming on through and healing him up from range, but now he has to step up to take the 3 versus 1 while his Hardy is healing, as they've already lost one of their teammates. Rico does go low, eating the full focus hits of those katanas, but the uppercut into RMB coming on through from the halberds will be able to close out the fight, and SR managed to find the eliminations as well as lay stake to all of the loot in Money Spot.
We got all the money and we give it all away. Sad time for RW. But their Hottie does make it away with the purple armor, you know, live to fight another day. That's always nice. As YZG is going to be fighting the rotating GG coming in from the north. 17S going to pop the monk ult, look for the scoops, but GG already in cover. 330 on the Yushan, creating some space, but LXM is like, I don't need space, I want to get grabbed. Gets grabbed and slammed into the Temiop, into the re-grab. No double grab from you, 17S. He wants 2. Why won't you give him 2? Oh, he waits a little, just a smidge too long and doesn't get the slam off, as now LXM is going to turn this around with the songs of Lee. GG. Oh, dang, from the top ropes. And then a little bit off the rock. Top ropes onto the rock, you know, it counts. It counts. You know, it's a little bit short, but it still worked. We still are getting the kills as 330 was running away behind the rocks. Not going to be able to make it away as Jang comes flying in. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Old Viper skin with a katana. This is ancient. When was the last time we saw a Viper running traditional katana? What?
Yeah.
I think it's good, but I've had discussions like no. Katana is troll in trios, but I was like, I feel like on Viper it feels very clean because it's easy to lock down people. And
well, they were using the katana before as well in the fight that happened on Money Spot. It was Viper katana.
I mean, he could pick up a different weapon at this point. My man does not have to use a katana. We very rarely see katana being used in trios, especially in Pro League at this level. Not not any, like most people will use Hong Sword over Katana, switch, like flying knives, spear, anything else, but very rare. That's why it stuck out like a sore thumb to me when I was like, Viper and Katana. We got the tutorial stage on deck now. That was some vintage character right here. Anyway, we are moving towards the first Yang. SR. I gotta see more of this as they are on their Viper pick. So they're scouring throughout the map. They already got their nice off spawn kill. Wow. Everyone is literally in the bottom right. The whole top left is empty. And Spirit Well landed on the opposite side.
Well, 2 of the portals ended on the opposite side, which means that the rest of them are going to be a little bit more free-for-all. As we can now see Jiang is going to be running potentially into RW here. Has swapped the Katana for a Han Sword, so no more traditional Katana coming on for the Viper. Might just have been a sort of like, okay, moment of the fight thing. Oh, I really hope we get SR going head-to-head with WBG. Just to see how they would interact with the Viper, the Syra, and the only difference being the Eno versus the Akos. Justina's gonna just land on the portal spot with the F2, and oh, I don't get my wish. I saw the Eno, got excited, saw the zipping in the HUD and was like, oh, damn it, they pulled RW. But this is still going to be a good fight because we're going to get to see like how well this Viper comp fares against the Hardy composition yet again. If they can get the Hardy cage, or the Akos cage rather, on the Hardy, then they'll be able to stop the combo of the Zip getting the cube to break away from line of sight. Out comes the silence. There goes the Akos cage, looking to fry up AB, who does get a double parry off, but he's currently just stuck where he is. There's one more snap of the tether before he can break out of this fight. Syra V2 is going to be coming on through as well, looking for all of that stun, as now that the cage is gone, NI7 has the later Viper V1 stun. Seems like they're just going to be waiting for that Eno ult before they decide to use it.
SR's NY7 going to be opening up with this Viper ult. I mean, Zhao's going to fall. It's a little bit late as RW's AB smothering NY7. They are going to connect. Viper of NY7 uses a silence, but he gets shredded by a focus attack. It's just because of the non-gold focus, so many people are just shredding into Vipers. Man, I would be scared on my mind for like the silence parry shenanigan, as we are going to get a 1v1. RW's AB versus Rico. Rico showing the double one charge. Now both of them mirroring each other. A game of chicken scale rush. A game of chicken heal now. Both of them healing. Both of them scale rushing, but Rico makes it to the pillar. AB fades out again. Oh! My man does not hesitate. Immediately throws the 1.1, and then Rico's like, I got 1.1 too. Back to back. Do we send 3? No, we don't. None of that craziness. But AB fades out, throws 1. Overhold second. 8 seconds left. Rico's happy with it. Like, nah, just kidding. We are gonna go for the parry, but whip sword, no lump damage. We get the juggle. 2 seconds. 1. He's gonna throw it. No. Adial guarantees the tie, as both teams are gonna be floating around as ghosts.
Oh boy, we have 4 teams with Yang depletion. Oh boy, that fight is going to get messy. There's gonna be so many of them, especially since one of those teams is a Viper comp too. So ideally for them, they'll wait for the 3 other teams to engage and look for a third-party opportunity. That could be very, very messy, as GG were able to get their hands on a Spirit Well instead of risking going into the realm of Yang, which is more sort of typical of the way we see GG play. They like to be a little bit slower at the start of these rounds before building up that momentum towards the tail end of the map. And that means that they don't have to worry about Yang depletion. In fact, if they find the fight that happens when all of the teams of Yang depletion go at it, with that Draco Storm still active, they might just turn into lobby admin. As we can see how the rest of the realm of Yangs went. WBG, this is the weird Viper Syra Eno composition running up against WFG with the Tianhai ult already on the field. Jiang's actually going to hold his ultimate. Knows if he uses it now, Zhaoan would just drop the transformation and iframe through the Viper V1. It's better for PP to take the brunt of fire coming on through with that Eno ultimate, since once it's gone, he'll have all of his armor back. Does get grabbed. Unfortunately, that Syra V2 not coming through in time to be able to stabilize the Monk's position, but we do get the Syra Sun Dazzle at the end of it. Jiang looks for the silence, manages to find the parry, has to turn around and deal with the peel coming on through. Scarerush is up to reset the position, has the hang sword, looks to put the pressure onto these players coming through from WFG before they can break away from the fight and get a heal, as Misses currently in a last hit situation, gets clipped by the hang sword, taking us now into a 2 versus 2 situation. But one of those teams crucially has a Syra to be able to set up the stun dazzle. Jump parry off of the pillar, connects onto the Cicada. Zhuan now incredibly low. Jiang trying to close up the distance with the scale rushes and finish this Cicada off as he gets the F set up into the jump LMBs with the hang sword to find the kill. 1 versus 2. Jump LMB sets up the stagger and WBG walk away with the win.
Very unexpected that my man was able to secure the clutch up, as we are going in outside again. Zhang on the Viper WBG. We got not much time left on our buff. What did he leave money stashed away or something? Why is he going so deep into zone right here, as the zone is going to be used against Alliance here, as NY7 though from SR gonna pop that Viper ult, get the stagger. Akko's ult coming down, locking everyone in. We got 57 seconds on this Yang depletion. WBG stuck in zone right now versus the desperate SR. NY7 is going to get juggled here by the knives of LV. WBG as one player left alive, but Booth, one player left alive. We're sending all these blues as Zhang is going to score a kill with the big bonk of his spear. But now Zhang is gonna come on over and clean up this fight. Shadow Corruption not very fast right now. They still have a decent amount of time, and the edge of zone is still there, as we are gonna, you know, lick our lips and start looting up the
Raven, I don't think we're making endgame. that was first realm of Yang. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 teams fully out of the lobby. GG is down to the lone Yushan. WBG have all of their players up. RW have all of their players up. IG have all of their players up.
Oh yeah, you know what? I just remembered. Top 4. We haven't talked about that at all. Top 4 keeps going.
Yep.
Lower bracket. The bottom 4 go 3. It does really change.
Oh no, for
your strategy, as 330 not able to find the space for res. They gets caught out, and IG's climbing out. They're like, everyone has more than 10 points. We need to catch up. We can't be the single ditch team. Can't be the single potatoes.
What's kind of odd as well is that, like, WBG, they won that realm of Yang. That fight that we were just watching them take inside the zone, they didn't have the Million Birds Might buff. Like, it ran out. They actually lost one of their players and was able to revive them. As opposed to everyone else who, if they had Yang depletion and they lost a player, it was just a case of, like, instantly down, no chance to pick them up, no bleeding out. They're just a Ken now. The only way you get them back is with a rebirth charm. As we actually get to see the Eno composition versus the Eno Viper composition. I get my wish. Partly because they're one of the only teams who have all of their players still up to be able to go into this portal. We're going to be following Youth on the Eno. Sends out the charged RMB of the Whip Sword into that Eno F. Uses the ultimate now. At the same time as WBG used their Eno ult too. Blazing Cyclone is revealed on one side of those whip swords, making it a little bit problematic for the zip healing to be able to come through since there is no cleanse. But we still know that WBG are holding that Viper ultimate, Syra V2, which means that everyone has to play outside of the AoE or get hit by the powerful Dazzle at the end of it. And they're keeping up the pressure onto RW. The Syra ult ends, the zip is caught right inside the stun. And only now is the Hardy ultimate employed, which means no opportunity for the zip to be able to bail out. Jiang still holding his ultimate. Repeater crossbow comes out looking for the last hit onto Youth alongside the cannon to have the AoE damage go past the pillar. And for now, they're just going to kite this last kill out so they can get the buff to last as long as possible. As yeah, we're going to look away. That fight, it's already done.
Optimal. Very, very optimal play, but we got 9 players left alive at the end of second Yang. Wow. Lobby is melting under the aggression of all these weird Viper Akos. This trap wombo combos as WBG is on the wombo combo. Wait a minute, no, this is the one that's weird. They got the Enor third.
Yeah.
Wait, and they've been crushing it. They got 16 kills. What?
Yes. Yeah, they just won Yang. Without even using Viper ult, by the way. It was just Syra Eno ult. They had Viper V1 the whole fight, did not use.
New meta. We got the new meta on deck coming out.
I mean, I would be a fan of it. It would lock out the Viper from being able to be put with the Viper Akos if you use Viper Syra Eno first phase. Which means that the Akos comp gets declawed.
I feel like everyone's gonna get to their spot. You know what I mean? Even declawed cats find their ways in interesting positions. As
well, what would you put if you have an Akos V2 and you take away the Syra or the Viper as follow through?
Wait, what? We take away Syra and Viper? Isn't that what the whole
No, yeah, that's what WBG are doing. Viper Syra.
I mean, I've always felt that after experiencing Syra Viper synergy, the third is just a revolving door. It's whoever Viper and Syra want to tolerate to help facilitate them. That synergy of a duo, Syra and Viper, is actually insane. It's just so it covers all of Viper's weaknesses very much, and you have like a mini Viper there as well because she can stun. So you can always punch up versus people more looted because you get the full stun. It doesn't matter how much loot you get, you're getting double charged over and over with no threat of parry. As we're looking at IG making their way all the way up north. Now going all the way to south, we have the duo, the solo. Is he pure solo?
No. The full 3 teams. There's 3 full teams left. It's just that RW are the only ones with Yang depletion. Because since we only had 2 teams go into the realm of Yang, there's only 1 team with Yang depletion.
True. Youth is just hawking them, just like, come on, give me the look I'm going for. As he is gonna pepper in, you know, RW, but we're not gonna sit on the outside. We're getting in there right here. No ult zones coming through. PB from WBG down to his last silver else. He's gonna pop. You know our ultimate, I believe. Yeah. Wait, is that W? No. Oh my god, I'm getting the team picked up. Multiple teams already showing up as Youth on the Enor is gonna be smacking Jang. The Viper right here. Zone's gonna be pushing both of these teams in though. Very, very scuffed. As one of the teams, I believe RW is bounded right here as the hottie of RW is looking for this, the smack into zone play. Not able to get it as Jang's able to maneuver around, but for how long? Wait, AB touches the no ult zone, gets canceled out. But Jang with the double jump, no stamina. It's gonna try to pop his ultimate just to contribute the last little bit before he goes down. Does he get the stun? He does onto Yuan, but he is gonna fall. A little bit of a mistake from WBG getting put into an unfavorable fight as RW with nothing to lose in their purple armors still swinging for the moon. 42 seconds left. They need to find a soul bloom or they're gonna go into the depleted.
Here comes last fight territory though. IG are here. They saw the Forbidden Seal. They know that a fight is happening. The Forbidden Seal has despawned. XXL comes on through with that Justina freeze. No ultimates on the field currently for AB. He's really close to the Hardy ult though, having picked up a lot of those soul blooms coming on through from the kills off of WBG. Freeze again, dodged. XXL not finding the opening that he's looking for as the armor through comes on out, looks for the parry, mistimes it, jabbing is revealed from the staff and he gets caught into the follow-up by the flying knives coming on through from Yuan, and we're down now to potentially the last fight. Han's able to come on through with the Yushan ult, but Youth is on the field with his Enor ult looking to put the pressure on the fellow Transformer. Drop down RMBs, applying as much damage as possible. Zip F as well, and actually from the distance we can see, hold on a minute, WBG, they've still got players up, they've recovered and they're trying to get last hits in too as well, as this fight is just devolving into every player trying to get the eliminations that they can. Han with the crouch avoids the follow through coming on through from that staff as Youth has extended a little bit further away from his team, potentially gets put into a 1 versus 2 situation there, but AB with the Hardy ultimate will be able to come through in time to be able to find the peel. You've still looking for the parries, keeps up the pressure, uses the jabbing to take down XX Moo, and now RW are fully in control of this fight. Out comes the next cycle of the Enor ultimate, off of picking up the soul bloom, dropped by XX Moo. Han will fall, and they turn their attention onto WBG's last player, who's so close to getting that Enor ult off in time, sends out the stone form, comes on through the Enor ult, but almost instantly gets fried by the full might of Blazing Cyclone. And Raven, I always come up with my promises. I said that we would see a day of no endgames. There you have it. No lost Moonbane, no lost Spirit Well, just Yang depletion from the last realm of Yang, and a game ended before we could even get to see an endgame develop.
It's looking like, Moxie, it's gonna be 5 games of this. I don't see how it's gonna be any different. It really comes down to everyone's down to try to maximize kill potential all the time, and because of that, we're just getting caught out with no ultimates. When you have no ultimates, it's very, very hard to play defensive against a lot of these wombo executions. Athos, Viper, Syra. There's just so many cooldowns going your way that you're not gonna be able to play the game. So do
you think more teams pick up the WBG comp? It didn't win the last fight, but it did get enough kills to MVP. And as we talked about, it locks away the ACOS comp. Or at least it makes it a little bit less dangerous.
Yes. Short answer, yes. But I would say everyone is going to start addressing Viper more. It's obvious that she is impacting the lobby significantly. And before the meta kind of shifted towards this very tanky, let's play a little defensive, let's play a little bit safe. And now it's going into just full ooga booga. We're just in there swinging for the moons, going for haymakers, just setting our Viper ACOS. And I would never think, wow, ACOS in the meta. Like, I was already weirded out by him being in the meta with Tessa, and now we got him with Viper as this like weird Temi placeholder. Adi obviously is the main problem with Cube coming back in the meta. Even though Hadi was gutted before, we saw Cube really come back, and now get the rise of Akos. Then we get eight teams, and everyone's still navigating how to be the most effective with having most amount of points in this rule set. But we're seeing in the top 6, like multiple teams scoring 10 points and keeping up the pace. Remember, one thing that's also influencing these guys is top 4 stays into winners bracket and the bottom 4 go to lowers bracket. And once you're in lowers bracket, it is for elimination. So that is also a big adjustment for all these teams playing for top 4 consistently. Instead of like playing for the win, you're still getting those pre-pose points. So it's still worth it to get as many points as possible. But I know mentally, a lot of these teams are like, all right, let's just qual, you know, let's get over the hill. Let's get to winner's side and not get eliminated. Because if you get eliminated early, it's a long time before you get back in the lobby. It's a long time.
2 teams with 0 points. This is why I feel like you have to address the Viper comp, like you said, because even if you go down to the lower bracket, right, you don't want to be in a really good position and then find yourself getting griefed out of scoring well and continuing in this stage of the tournament by something that is outside of your control once you get out of ban draft. And I really hope that we do start to see these teams looking at the Viper, understanding like, okay, yeah, this is problematic. Like, look at the damage inflicted as well. 17,000 coming on from the side of Jiang, which was one of the highest scoring stats that we've seen so far today with the F2.
What the F2 shenanigans? He's nuking. He's having so much fun nuking. Well, I mean, this comp basically picks apart the other Enor composition in the mirror heads up, because zipping is pretty much not a character versus Viper if she has F2. The anti-heal really strips away the durability she provides to her teammates and even for herself. As we are looking at the overall points after game 3, we're past the halfway point. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played, and RW kind of shocking me that they're leading the lobby. Remember, SR won a lot of 2025 and won this first Nbpl. Actually, no, I'm thinking TE. Still doing very, very well. I don't know. I'm still not a believer of NY7. We saw him do super well in the martial arts, but Battle Royale is another beast, as we are seeing the highlights of them stealing away RW off spawn, but impressive. RW is able to recover even though their off spawn doesn't go well, as we move over to the katana of Jang, as Jang on the Viper, one of the classic, the goats of Viper, going through the lobby, using that katana, moves over to the whip sword as we go into Yang highlights. XXL on the Justina. We've seen Spear Justina kind of take hold of that character now. Endgame. We got 7 minutes on the clock. It's over already. Wait, 6 minutes on the clock. 6 minutes 30 seconds.
Yep.
It's been over. This is
Yep.
The zone is not even done.
I told you, Raven. I told you coming into today, I was like, expect short matches. Don't expect endgame. If we do get endgame, expect to see some weird stuff around Spirit World. Like, teams will contest it to the point that it despawns, or they'll let it go to the whole team for free. Also, highest amount of damage done by anything on the side of Jiang, by the way, skills and ultimates. So 17,228, 6.9 thousand of that was done by F2.
Man, how fast the lobbies are going really reminds me, I'd say, but of like the old days. People would play tournaments, not Nbpl, not Jacob, not the Chinese side, but the global side of just running it down. We're never getting to any end game ever. It's just like everyone is just holding W and running it down into each other, just trying to get the most amount of kills, try to snowball their games, and living with the consequences. Speaking of consequences, we are going to go to our first interview today and hear how these teams are going and what they're thinking about.
好的，亲爱的观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人张耀新。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post the Game Interview, and I'm your host today, Yu. So today we invite QGG. Let's say hello to your audience， 给观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是VAG 的钱滚滚。
So, if you had to choose one word to describe like your team or yourself today, what would be like? 那么也是想问一下钱滚滚老师，今天 YZG 整体的表现，我们也是看到非常非常的不错。如果用一个词去描述这个赛季的你的队伍，那么会用什么样的词汇呢？
我们很开心吧，打游戏。
因为打游戏最重要的是开心，对不对 ？So if I will choose one word to describe my team, it would be happy because I think it is very important to be happy in the game. So let's move to next part. Answer for treasure. So the question is, what's YZG's total point by now? A is 40, B is 50, and C is 60, D is 70. So I like to ask, was the communication in your team smooth? And who is the calling one in your team? 那么也是想问一下钱公公老师，这个也是我相信非常多的观众朋友们内心非常好奇的一个问题，那就是你们队内的目前来的沟通，你觉得它是非常的有默契的，还是说沟通会存在一些问题，或者说谁是你们队内去指导、去指挥的那个人呢？
我们队内沟通就比较默契了，大家都打了很久了，其实，然后指挥的话就看情况吧，大家都可以指挥。
So we have a lot of huge experience in the match right now, and I think everyone can be the calling one. So the experience can help us to get the win. 那么也是进入到我们倒数环节 ，It's counting time right now. 让我们一起倒数3个数。
3, 2, 1.
Yes, scream shot. The correct answer is C. 那最后一个问题想问一下 ，How if you like to if the full mark is 10, and how would you rate your mental performance today? 因为我也是看到钱公公老师今天无论是在回阳镜中的表现，还是在决赛圈中的表现，整个人的心率都是一个非常非常健康的数字，甚至有的时候到了70几的这样的一个非常低的一个心率。那也是想问一下，如果钱公公老师给自己今天的这个心态去打一个分的话，那会是多少分？
就一半一半吧，感觉就5分吧。满分10分的话就5分吧。
5分会不会太低？及格给自己6分，有没有？
也可以。
也可以，那看来咱们的心态真的确实是有一个非常非常好的心态了。So I feel very composed today, and if I to choose the mark, it will be a half, like 5 points. But I think QGG's mental performance is very beautiful and like very peace. So let's have a break, and we will take back soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NBPL Spring Split. We're halfway through the day, Raven, and we're yet to see an endgame actually come through, even though that last match on Morris Isle started very much like lull in terms of aggression. We had a whole, 2 minutes of looting before teams decided to actually take fights. But Endgame still went just the same way as the previous matches, and I feel like Viper has a whole lot to do with it.
Yeah, but I'm glad you pointed out that we had a 2 minutes of lull. I don't think I've, in all of my time of casting and even playing, I've never seen an off spawn like that where no one took a fight immediately off spawn. Maybe in the very, very early days of NARAKA, like the super early days with tons of people in the lobby, that when it was just full transformers, no phases, nothing. There was instances where no team wanted to take any fight, but that was a very slow off spawn due to everyone being spread out, trying to find firefly timings onto everyone and explode everyone else. And something we were discussing, Moxie was saying like there needs to be an adjustment. Will the adjustment happen today? I feel like it's too much for a team to switch from the game plan on the day given, especially when you're talking about qualifying rounds. Like this is still anyone's game moving forward. You still have another chance in the lower bracket finals, but I expect in finals a meta shift, and this is something circular we've always seen in the meta. The anti-burst strategy with Hottie and zipping being very durable is being challenged. F2 Viper basically makes zipping useless. Very, very interesting that we run a very niche Viper build, F2 for the anti-heal, and then V1 for the extended stun partnered with Akko's Cage. If you would have said this any other year, everyone would have called you like, that sounds like garbage. It's working. It's working, so garbage is not garbage anymore. It's gold. We've hit another man's
trash. Is our treasure. Well, in 2026. At least
26's treasure. As we're looking at RW all the way at the top, 33 points. What the? We'll never.
Yeah, they're cozy. They're happy right now. The rest of the teams, not so much. Like even WBG on 20, still attainable for the likes of SR, WFG, Alliance. Maybe not IG, or at least if IG don't do well this game, I think it becomes improbable that they have the chance of clawing into the top 4 and continuing in the upper side of the Stage 2 Trios bracket, as the bottom 4 teams from today will have to go into lower bracket round 1 and match off against the teams that were in the lower 4 spots on day 1 when Group A played. But it's going to be interesting because, like, as Raven said, I don't think we'll see like teams instantly flip to something like the Viper Syra, composition in phase 1 unless they've already practiced it. I think like then it might be okay to flip to this early, but that does mean that there's a high chance that it's 2 Viper comps in 1 phase and fully locked, or 3 make it through. Which means that even like when we're changing map, I still don't think it's going to be anything different in comparison to what we've seen in the mid to late game. It's just so easy for these teams to get all in by a Viper team, and their game just goes off the rails the moment that the Viper decides to all in on you. And there's not really a lot you can do about it too. Like even if you're coming in with really good loot, even if you have the scaling off of winning something like Realm of Yang, if that Viper team has Realm of Yang depletion, like they still have to take a fight, and they will still go for the throat of a team even if like it's punching above their weight loot wise, because they have the burst damage to be able to complete the kill before you get a chance of retaliating. Like the Akko's Cage, the Viper ult, the Syra stun too, and then the V2 for the Syra to just bail out of a fight, even if you start taking a little bit too much damage. It is insane turnaround for this composition to have both lethality, but also very high survivability.
Speaking of the rails, the railing on the background, you see the flowers, Moxie?
Yes.
I remember the flowers At the end of J-Cup, they lined the stage and they were just like, no one can keep any of the flowers. I'm like, why not? One of these flowers. Are we really going to see these flowers again? And we see them
again.
In the background of everyone's stage here. Less augmented reality, a little bit more props in the background. You know, nice little touch with the lilies in the background as we are going into game 4. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Still anyone's game to keep this going. Besides RW, sitting comfy at the top, or cozy as Moxie puts it. Very, very cozy at the top. Everyone else, though, still battling out. Remember, top 4 are going to keep going to the winners bracket, and the bottom 4 are going to have to duke it out in the elimination rounds in the lower bracket. Still, though, the name of the game seems to be Viper really setting the pace of our lobbies today. What we saw before was Eno really got to set the pace because they would just start that slow roll tempo, controlling the lobby by winning Yang, being impossible to kill, and you just can see them getting stronger and stronger and stronger, but not anymore. Now we got the possibility of an F2 Viper coming over and nuking the Zipping and taking her out of her misery. A lot of the matchups you see, actually, with Enor and Hadi, Zipping is the target where teams try to get her to pop her ultimate, because then the team becomes vulnerable. If not, she's kind of like the glue that allows the Hadi to get a second ult. And if he gets a second ult, everyone gets another combo break, gets a cube in the air. So you want to make sure, if you're going to fight this comp, you only want to fight it once, not twice. Zipping a weak point, as we're seeing the F2 Vipers really exploit the meta right now and mess with it. Are we going to see, though?
Oh, lockout! Lockout!
Viper coming in.
It's locked. 2 Viper comps, fully locked. Hadi, Zipping comp is also fully locked in phase 1. And that's the adjustment that we thought we would see, right? Locking the composition so that there's only a maximum of 2 of them, even if you see the strengths of putting the Viper Sarah with the composition. If you haven't practiced it, you're not just going to instantly swap your composition and plans at the drop of your hat. Like, you've done so much time, you put all of the hours into Scrim, you have a very specific game plan about like how you want to play a certain composition, how you want to be able to play your loot as well for that composition with your timings. As, is it back? Tessa, Wuchen, AO. Tammy instead of Viper because Viper got locked?
What?
WBG are in the kitchen right now. They're the 2026 TE, it looks like.
WBG's kitchen is on fire. What is this comp? Not even going with their traditional... Oh, because Akos is locked out. I see.
Yeah, Akos is locked and Viper is locked too. Because the Viper Akos comp just
WBG
fully locked in.
Twice? The weirdo Temi Tessa?
What? We saw... Was it with the Temi day 1? I'll have to go back in the VOD. I know that we saw Tessa Wuchen, but it might actually have been with the Temi. Because I think it was the same situation. Both the Akos and the Viper got locked. It might have been with the Akos, but I'm pretty sure it might actually have already played out with the Temu. I mean, if you think about it, Temi ult is just Akos ult, but
yeah,
Sandir.
I've been saying it. I haven't been saying it that way, Sandir, but one is Sandy, one is KG. A little bit more controlling. As everyone looks like, hey, things are getting a little spicy today. A little bit different. The meta getting shaken about. Well, I haven't gotten to see the other previous days, so maybe this is the standard meta, the new standard. No, it's definitely not the new standard. This is
no. The Tessa Wuchen comp only got played once.
What are the chances that I'm gonna say it's gonna work. WBG is ready. They've come up with some craziness. I don't think a lot of people are gonna be excited for Temi Tessa Wuchen to be a thing, though. Wait, they played it. This is not new. They had 10.5 average on this.
Yeah, I told you. They've done it before.
What?
I was like, was it before or was it with the Echoes? But no, it was before. They have played it before. They played it on the first half of stage 1 because this is their first time playing stage 2. Also, we have a split. GG's LXM went with Viper Silence. NY7 for SR went with the Shotgun Blast, the F2, to be able to chunk through the zip sustainability. So that's something to keep in mind if we see SR and GG match up against the Eno composition, because that might actually impact the ease of the comp taking that particular foe down.
Look at these heart rates. IG with some exciting heart rate, ready for this game 4. Halfway point pass for the day. So a lot of NARAKA to be played. The spread of this landing, YZG SR kind of taking the slow route. They're getting the Firefly for the mutual destruction. Be like, hey, you come over here. We got ults too, so they're not gonna get snuck up on. The rest of the teams are gonna be landing on traditional spots, but it looks like most teams, again, Initial Rage, Firefly just loading in. It's becoming the standard of landing. Years later, Initial Rage, Firefly. I called it my own thing. I called it Initial Rage, Firefly was very powerful, and his ultimates were big, and everyone was telling me like, "Oh yeah, but that's lame. Having ultimates. Why do you need your ultimate? Why not just fight?" And I was like, "What? You are fighting. You just got your ultimate. That makes no sense."
Everyone's like, do you hear that phone ringing? Oh, I hear it ringing. Someone should pick it up because I called it. Oh, here we are. SR getting. There you go, you got it. SR getting ahead of YZG actually in terms of positioning to get one person on Ballista and actually find the connection onto 17S. So that fire tick starts chunking through. Finds a second one, not a direct hit, but the AoE still applies the fire tick onto YZG. And now they have to play blindside of Ballista creeping up. Does take one more hit. Does QGG, and then a second one. That one actually being direct as QGG went to one Ballista to get them off it. And there's 2 on Salvation Podium for QGG, just not having a fun time. Worst comes to the worst, he does have his ultimate to be able to get the health reset. Currently taking a 1 versus 1 against SR's Rico, actually intercepting the grapple path coming on through with the RMB from those dual blades, but gets taken down by Greatsword. Dunk somewhere is going to be a very happy boy as Rico comes on out with the Syra ultimate, as in the meantime SR actually had their ACOS go underneath Salvation Podium, find the arrows, solve the puzzle, and make off with the legendary weapon. Charged RMB comes on through from that greatsword, forcing the Hardy Cube to come through from the zipping, but that now means that she's going to be vulnerable, and as Raven said, the moment that the Zip uses the Hardy Cube, she is targeted to force out the ultimate, and then SR are like, okay, job done, let's go focus on someone else instead, because they got the ACOS cage trapping down QGG, who's about to fall, but just manages to come through with the timing on the Eno ultimate and turn the fight on his head. The fight has exploded my feet. The Ballista is just too much power. I can see that we are in Eno just because of how flashy it is, but I can't see more than that. We're getting a little bit clearer now. Oh, are we back? No, we're not back. We're not back, Moxie. I cannot see what's happening. I can only see the outlines of a Justina all coming on. Okay, I got you. Reload your feed. I will cover. As Xiaowen comes on through the Dragon Slayers into the Nest Huts, we get to see the follow through of those flying knives, as well as XXL now has to cube out of that fight, tracked down by the Justina V1 dash charge RMB from the whip sword, is making it a little bit more dangerous to hold that position, as we have 4 teams all fighting in this area. Maybe that potentially 5, as GG are rolling up to the party as well. Yuma now with his own Justina ult gets caught by that Tessa charm, so that's going to be snapping off in a matter of moments, forcing him to have to walk through the Temi ultimate. uses a lot of his Justina ult, cancels it out early actually to retain some of the charge as he comes on through with the F state. Aiko's Cage comes into the mix as WBG are now going to be held in position for Blazing Cyclone on the Whip Sword to make it problematic. PP actually goes down to the damage coming through from that Aiko's Cage snap, as well as LV is being put up against the wall, literally. Charged R&B, Blazing Cyclone getting the work done on the side of GG as they now turn and look at Alliance. Yuma gets hit by the silence, can't come through with that Yushan F even if he wants to, as Free-Free-O with the Syra ult puts him into the dirt. Both the flying knives as well as those fist blades, making it pretty problematic for Alliance to hold their position as IG now come through with a late Hardy ult. Triple charge finds the connection onto Revenge, meaning that Alliance are down to just their Justina, but IG aren't out of the woods just yet. They still have to deal with GG, who find the 3 versus 1 against Han, and now just have to deal with taking that Hardy down. In the meantime, Alliance actually crept away with a revive onto one of their players. Yushan is back in the mix, but not in a position to take the fight, as IG now trying to bail away from the side of GG.
Wow. I like that. I like this kite from XXL. He had some spicy moves to the window and everything. It didn't matter though. GG was like, nah. we got this scouted out. And he found a little spot in the bush right at the end. Man, this edge of the map, no one ever goes here except GG. It's like, what is this spot? We are on the super right-hand side of the map in the very corner. There's no loot over here. There's barely any loot over here, as Alliance Yuma is going to get doped on by GG. This is our spot here on the side of the map. Aqua's always going to come out. Hemi ult in response. It's not going to matter though. Yuma gets deleted. Goodbye, senor. As CGS is going to connect with LXM. The bonks are coming out with the spear. Revenge can't do much as now Alliance's last member, RS, is going to get taken down by the musket of 330. We are going to move over to WFG. Cyber ult's going to be ready. Engage onto SR. Zhao is going to fall. Now a 2v3 situation. We are inside zone. Well, I mean, it's early zone. Shadow Corruption, not that bad. We're chilling as WFG is gonna find the parry onto Rico and delete him, and we're still back to the forever fight in the corner with GG.
Oh, that Viper V1 into stun, into Blazing Cyclone follow through with charged R&B spear from LXM. That's horrible for IG to have to deal with. There's no getting out of that one, as GG are just so good at being able to set up the stagger windows for the whole team, as this is the first round of Yang spawning up only now, by the way, as Tessa Chomp comes on through. GG now held into position. The Aiko's Cage not going to be able to save them, as CJS has already gone down. Instead, it's up to Free-Free-O on that Syra to try to keep the team heals coming on through. CJS could potentially get picked up here. Temiel's done. LXM overholding, now utilizing the charged R&B, but that means he's locked into the animation. Can't dodge out of the white Tessa ult coming through from his side, off of the side of LV, and gets hit by it into the full follow through of the two players playing in his pocket, and it looked good for GG. They were already up to 10 eliminations, but WBG rolling up a little bit later to the party with the Tessa charm was a little problematic for the team to have to deal with, as unfortunately for a lot of these teams, all of that fighting that happened, that's meant that a lot of them have actually burned through their lives fairly early. SR, the reason why we saw them fighting inside the zone, Raven, they were on their last life. Like, they'd rezzed up, they didn't want to get noticed by another team, but they were scouted, and they're now permanently down a player unless they can find a rebirth charm to bring the Justina back.
I mean, a setback is a setup for a comeback. I imagine that starts going to get this res going through GG. I mean, they're up to 10 kills, but I mean, 10 kills is 10 kills, you know what I mean? Like, we're actually good for the lobby at that point. We don't really need to play this out into Endgame because we're not getting to Endgame, Moxie. We're not getting to Endgame anyway. 10 kills is the sweet spot for a very good game. As WG is at 3, YZG is at 6. The cutoff.
Wait, that was only one Yang fight?
There was only one Yang fight. Not everyone went in because everyone was busy in that forever fight on the right with GG. As we're going to see YZG smack it around RW, the leaders right here. QGG is going to have that Enor. Oh, we're not letting this Temi Takeda nonsense go through. It's just not going to get as much value. You have one chance to wombo the zipping. If not, it's over. Because the sustain from this YZG team is just so much. The Hottie Cube coming out, getting zipping out of there. She already popped her ultimate, so she has time to build it up as 17S with the dive bombs on the Hottie, following up with QGG. 2 members already down for RW. This is a formality as they're going to get cleaned up by the Hottie Comp of YZG.
Oh, here we go. Alliance, I believe, did actually go into a Realm of Yang, just was not contested by a team. So half a million birds might go toe-to-toe with YZG, as well as the loot to be able to back up the fight here. Yeah, there's the leaderboard, and there is full clarification. This is the only team with Yang depletion being RW. QGG now wanting to find this elimination, legendary staff in hand. Hardy up, putting the pressure onto Rushway, even through that Yushin ultimate. He will fall as RW are here. They were able to find the teams fighting. They want the soul blooms to get this Yang depletion cleansed as quickly as possible, and they're going to all in the fight to be able to secure it. Out comes the Temi ult, forcing everyone to having to hold their position against the Takeda's Fear and shoves, and RW are still holding onto the Tianhai ult too in case another team rolls up to the mix and tries to look for a fourth party opportunity, and that might be about to come in clutch because Raven, here comes WBG.
WBG with their Temi, Wu Chen, Tessa. Look at this weirdo comp. 10 points a game though. I mean, successfully weird is always a great thing as the Temi ult's gonna be coming down. RW stuck in a tough place, but they got a Temi of themselves. And they also got a Monk. Unfortunately for this Monk. Temi walls, Wu Chen walls, blocking all the grabs, not letting him get much. And the Wu Chen port, bye-bye. No value, Akur, Takeda, and Monk. Your big, actually all of your ultimates gone as Youth just throwing out the shoves, being like, all right, we surrender. Goodbye, guys. Go on and rotate, see if they can find one of the Firefly locations as WBG gets the best of them, but also use all of their ultimates as well as YZG is flanking up WBG with no ultimates. Actually, just checking the vibes to see if anyone's not passing the vibe check. Looks like everyone's passing the vibe check. We're not all inning, and are we gonna get, Moxie, a longer game this time? Not everyone's running it down. We got a lot of people alive right now. We got 17 people alive.
Well,
now
the Vipers are gone. It is the thing. Like, SR still haven't been able to revive their Viper. GG, who were also playing the Viper.
One. That's very messed up, Moxie. Viper is a very chill character. She's not the one messing up. Oh, she is. She totally is messing up with the whole lobby. Cutoff is 23, though. No Vipers in the lobby. You're right. They're dead.
Unless SRS, like, oh, well, there we go. SR just picked up a rebuff charm.
Yes, the chaos comes back.
They'll likely use it when Realm of Yang goes through. It does at least mean that they might get caught if they go for the Soul Altar, but no, they use it now. Everyone's posturing up for second Realm of Yang. YZG not passing the vibe check against RW. QGG having to get out of the fight, receive the Zip F to resustain back that purple armor, and we now get a little bit of pressure, a whole lot of pressure actually. It gets dialed up by the presence of the flamer that QGG now has to be very, very aware of. As we can see, RW potentially getting forced out here. Portal opens, everyone makes a play to go through. YZG makes it, IG make it, despite 2 of their players currently being on blue armor. And that means up against the likes of a legendary staff from QGG, not a whole lot of survivability if they get caught out. QGG comes on through with the Uno F, still has the ultimate. Blazing Cyclone is revealed on the side of IG, so something for YZG's Zip to be very aware of as we get both of the Uno ults on the field. Thunderlords trying to outdo each other, looking for the drop-down RMBs, which QGG is getting a very good job of keeping up the pressure, scouting out that Zip, forcing the Zip ult early, while Cuckoo gets a hold on to his, which means that YZG, if the fight goes long, have more sustainability than their opponents. Hardiel also going head-to-head, currently dogfight fully up in the skies as XXL gets interrupted by the skill rush coming on through from QGG, who does get interrupted this time by an uppercut before he can charge on through, with the skill rush looking to set up that stagger and find an opportunity for YZG to just instantly shred someone down. Zip's been isolated, found vulnerable, Hardiel's gone, so no cube escapability. QGG sees an opportunity, but so does the Zip. They try to bait the position with the Blazing Cyclone, but the flank comes on through from YZG's Cuckoo, and they catch them with the R&B Whipsword instead, as this is now just clean up. YZG walk away with the win.
Unlucky. YGG's going to be able to take it down for this stacked lobby. Moving forward, though, is RW going to be able to hold their lead, or are they going to get past here? I mean, 15 people left alive. No Vipers to mess with the chain. Wait, what?
No,
what
one Viper. One Viper.
Wait, we're going for Spirit Well with the Tessa comp? Oh my goodness. WFG is stacked, but still, with Wu Chen is kind of useless. Kind of useless on the Spirit Well. He can get you out, but he's kind of like a chihuahua barking. It's like, yeah, everyone's going to see you there, be like, yeah, I mean, you got a Wu Chen though. That guy's not doing much. He's just there to get you guys out. As we are going back to the realm of Yang, Temi Takeda Monk gonna be going at the opener as Shuwon on the Yushan. Gonna be smackety smack just cutting through this Temi ult like butter. Goose trying to run away, get to stay alive, but he is getting juggled up right now. Makes it around the corner. Nope. Spoke too soon. My man got deleted. He turned to the other side, and there was another member of WFG ready there. Smackety Smack takes him down, and now Mist under a ton of pressure. 2v3 situation for them. They just have to clean this up as Mist is very, very low, but Xiaowin is very, very low as well. He does get taken down, and now Mist can get traded out right here. We can get a clutch, the first 1v2 clutch up for them. Nah, Mist, we just released those in the clutch. Wait a second, but Yuan gonna come in. What the sliding uppercut? All right, my man. My man rolled up with a sliding uppercut. That's a little bit too crazy, Max. It's a little too crazy. I don't think I've actually ever seen that in a clutch. That was anticlimactic. I was about to hype that up. My man went for a sliding uppercut. What was that? Outrageous.
A win's a win, Raven. A win's a win. It's like the art of war, right? Don't know your, like, if you do not know your move, your opponent does not know your move.
No, your opponent's holding blue, and if you do anything and commit to an animation, you're getting fried right there. This sliding uppercut is kind of wild. Maybe you know what? He could have mistimed it. He was trying to do the classic uppercut parry trap. But my man was way past the one charge timing. We just still hit him with the sliding uppercut. That was a crazy autopilot like clutch play. We do have two teams in Yang depletion right now, IG and RW.
I'm just watching the minimap though. I'm like, there's a Viper comp here, Raven. If they start fighting and SR show up at any part on that minimap, Viper ult, Akos Cage, slammed down, both teams grieved.
I wonder if they're going to eliminate them for being a Viper comp. We haven't seen heavy composition targeting. It's mainly been on which teams have scaled the most is how like the hierarchy of the lobby is. Whoever has the best loot, generally people don't mess with, unless
This is risky
team
though.
gets poked around.
Like RW, they have 1 minute left on Realm of Yang. IG also in a very similar position. They're going to run right past WFG. Like, all of these teams know that there's a team with Yang depletion. There's 2 teams with Yang depletion. And they're going to have to all in someone, and they're not all inning each other. Which means that there's a third party opportunity here. RW's app already on the field in Tian high form. 49 seconds left. Alliance were the target. They've had to use that Yushan ultimate, but here comes IG wanting to jump the moment they know that AB will be vulnerable. Out comes the Blistering Edge Soul Jade on that pole sword. I'm just watching that mini-map because Raven, here they are. SR have showed up to the party. Get ready for a Viper V1 to stun up this whole fight as the Termiot's also on the field. RW trying to take cover, Sanctuary inside it, but they're being forced outside by the Enonauts coming on through on the side of IG, who are making a very similar desperation play. And what could have led us to an endgame, Raven, feels like very quickly a lot of teams are about to get eliminated.
Not yet. We don't go into the night quietly as IG has 5 seconds to find a cleanse for their Yang depletion. It doesn't look... Wait. I mean, it's just Enor that needs it, but we're looking at the Spirit Well fight. WFG holding the center right here on the Yushan Justina Lee. They are going to get juggled up by Kukatu on the zipping. Picking my man up. He is going to pop the Lee ult to kind of keep him from back. Get off me. Send some shots flying right here. Is going to find the light on to is that somebody, as WFG with the double gold armor is holding desperately for the center right here. They're out of cooldowns though, and they're getting their armor stripped for them. It looks like they have to give this back. Was it YCG? YCG pushed them off as SR's Rico now been like, no free Spirit Wells, as SR posts up, sitting right on the edge of this cap, not making it easy for them, as Yao again with the fan, not even releasing. So annoying. We're just faking it over and over. We're just faking the focus attack.
They got pushed off.
YCG is over it. They're just like, I'm over it. We're over it. You win, you blueberries. Well, you blueberries. I can't believe SR pushed them off, and that...
Wait, no, it despawned. No one got it.
Wait, they didn't stay long enough?
The zone moved.
Well,
no one has it. Everyone has Yang depletion.
We are on to the set. Whoa, all 4 teams with Yang depletion. Are we going to see a Thanos stamp of Yang depletion?
It's SR, Raven. It's SR. They're griefing everyone. They griefed IG. They're griefing WPG. I'm telling you, it's these Viper teams. They're a menace. LV finding out the hard way. SR on top of him has to come through with the Tesseract. Charm's up too, but there's still so many players in the area. That Charm, though, might snap them into taking zone tick damage. Someone just got griefed by Aegis Cage to hold them down. And YZG's QGG loses the opportunity to disengage the 2 players he gets trapped inside with. SR making out of that fight. As I said, the absolute menaces. NI7's about to come on through as well with another Viper V1. And against all odds, SR had to revive their Viper, having lost them when everyone was going into the second round of Yang, but they might turn it here. NY7 gets parried, Zip ult is forced, out comes the Viper V1, everyone scattering away, now not wanting to get hit by the stun, but SR picked up the legendary staff and jabbing to go along with it, and now they have the means of finishing off these players. That little bit low HP though, having to spill out of the fight, which WFG take full advantage of. Hardy ult though comes on through, putting the pressure on the side of YZG into the Moonbane. WFG, their hand is forced, but Xiao Wen, he's moving, he's dodging, he does not get hit by the AoE, and he makes it to the other side, away from YZG's pressure.
The weaving around SR though. They got a chip in the share. They're still here. They're still fighting out. Wait, YCG's missing a player as well. I believe one of them has a cleanse. Kukaju is cleansed. My man is chilling with the gold armor, is zipping into tuna. My man hit a tuna in front of everyone on the fence, just letting everyone know that he is cleansed. He's not worried. You guys are worried. I'm not worried. You're worried. As WFD's Xiaowin on Justina looking for a kill right here. Minute and 30. Burning PP alive with the flamethrower. Now PP down to a sliver of health with Kukadu fiending his back. They are going to find the kill. Wait, did both of them get a cleanse? Did he just steal the cleanse from 17?
No. Why is you were already cleansed?
Okay. I was about to. We were about to have some words with our teammate. If you ate the autopilot, ate the flower, as we are nearing the end. The end is near, Moxie. 1 minute left on Xiaowin. We gotta make a move. We're going with the double charge. Dragon's War on the 7 or NY7 of SR. That's why you're gonna be able to get a heals off right here. What the heck? We just
Syra V2. He got Syra V2.
My man is just letting ults being safe. Nah. Xiaowin on to Justina, coming in with the uppercut combo, getting the dash, but peels coming out from the foe. 17S on the hottie, clanks right there, denying the kill, but he is gonna get frozen for his shenanigans. Wait, we're still alive though. Got too much melee resistance. Xiaowin trying to go for another freeze. No, he's not gonna get it. Frustrating.
Wait, he's going to go down. He doesn't have a bloom.
Oh no. Now we got Xiaowin left alive. A duo. Wait, I see SR.
Yeah, SR has Syra.
In a duo.
WFG has Justina, and YZG has Zip Hardy currently.
Zip Hardy's kinda OP.
Oh, Xiaowin's about to go down. 1, 2 light attacks coming in through from that staff. Rico tries to make a play, but has to overhold that staff. Ooh, overholds, but actually has jabbing instead of early releasing. But that is it. YZG come away with the last kills and I believe the MVP. But like I said, Raven, that chance that we had for like slow build endgame. SR, they get the Viper back on their feet. They come through like we're watching the Spirit Well get capped and contested. And just off to the side, poor IG, the team with Yang Depletion, who were starting to make a recovery, getting the eliminations against the other team that had Yang Depletion. They get all in by the Viper team. They get caged, they get trapped. They have no way of being able to survive because they'd already burned all of their ults. They lose the loot, SR absorbs all of it, and make it everyone else's problem.
It started out with the right side of the map for this match, griefing it up. GG and multiple teams just duking it out to the point where people are missing Yang to just fight it out. And then this end game, very, very stacked, but very scrappy. Not really one team dominating everyone else. Everyone's slugging it out, just going for bust. And duos and solos trying to fight for that last little bit of placement points. As Holoroth, that was the closest we got into an endgame.
Yeah, 4 minutes. 4 minutes left on the match. The longest amount of time, or the shortest rather, amount of time that we've got to see so far today. I mean, I feel like the mirror match might actually let us see an actual endgame develop with a potential zone close. Since, as we said, there will be no Vipers there. It will just like straight up be, you know, Zip Hardy. Which means all of the bells and whistles of survivability, Zip Sustain, Hardy Cube shenanigans. But, ooh, tricky question again. Which two teams had the same hero choice? In Game 4, who was running the same comp? Was it A, WFG and Alliance, B, SR and RW, C, IG and WFG, or D, YZG and GG? I don't think I've actually seen a question like that before.
You are correct, Moxie. I'm actually not even sure what the right answer for that one is. The questions have been fire today. Definitely, whoever doing the new questions, You are on point. Now moving on to game 5. Palroth in the books. I believe we go back to Predoria again. We're going back to Predoria. We got one more Firefly game going on, and we're seeing the damage of Viper going at it. We've already seen phase 2. The Vipers being locked in. Hotties are running for their lives. The Akko's Viper coming in hot, trying to keep him from extending this anti-burst meta, putting down the cube and everything, and really attacking the strongest point in that composition. Will we see an adjustment after today, as teams are going to see the drawing board and the results of all this? Speaking of results, the leaderboard alliance all the way at the bottom of 2 and 5. We're going back to the top. YZG winning the game with Kukatu doing a million healing, or 26,000, with his 2 teammates, 17S at 25k and QGG at pretty much 25k. We'll split the difference between both of them, and really fragging out this lobby just to sustain. That F1 on zipping just provides so much damage reduction that if you don't land your burst execution perfectly, you're able to stay alive. And because of staying alive and getting a lot of points, YZG is climbing up to challenge RW. RW, you know, feeling cozy at the top, but we got the championship round coming in game 5 as the leaderboard is getting a little bit of separation. Alliance was keeping up on pace, but not able to keep pace this round, so SR is going to pull further ahead. The cutoff point, though, is 25. Now, the plus or minus is only 12 points, plus or minus, from YZG all the way to SR, so it's still anyone's game with 2 games left to get into the top 4.
Yeah, especially since 2 of those teams, the order actually goes 25 points, 24 points, 23 points. So feasible for a lot of teams in the middle to be able to climb that way, as we're gonna be having a look through some of the replay coming on through from YZG's end. This is that Realm of Yang fight. Before we got to see the Yang depletion fight that everyone was forced into taking since no one capped the spirit well. Here comes the Hardy, closing up the distance, grabbing a bloom to get one of those cleansers. Sets up the cube so that his teammates can escape if they get turned onto. Playing the outsides of the fight, applying that fire tick damage with the flamer, looking to close up the elimination there. Onto 1 with the chase down tech coming through from the charged RMB of the fan. Looks for the parry as well to cover a potential scale rush disengage, and YZG celebrate as they pick up a win for the day. Hardy takes the MVP, and we'll get to see what exactly the Soul Jade setup was. A little bit surprising, Raven, is the fact that we haven't really seen all that many legendary Soul Jades, and indeed, there we go. Like, the most damage actually comes through from the Hardy's ultimate, the Plume Blade, which is actually tracked separately to the rest of his skills. Damage does 8.6k out of the 25,000, despite having both Palm Lightning and Engraving. It's actually the fan that does the most amount of damage coming through from the weapon. He even had Myriad Winter Sweep, which would have been a perfect setup for Flying Knives, but he just does not use it.
If you don't use it, you're going to lose it, Moxie. If you don't use it, you're going to lose it. Now, going into a game 5, we haven't seen as much success from the monks. I mean, during martial arts, we saw the monk compositions do very, very well. The transformers are able to get so much value, but what you're seeing in Battle Royale is the fights are just never fair. we got duos coming in hot just to take advantage of all of... It doesn't even matter how stacked the team is. If an Akos or Temi, we saw the Temi Tessa cause the mayhem as well, connect to the main fight, and you're not sitting pretty with triple ultimate, you can just get taken down and griefed right then and there. Normally, we've seen teams be a little bit more hesitant to take very risky trading plays, but because of Yang depletion and because of how hard it is to gain points, we're seeing a lot more teams really extend for it. Now, Yushan is still a decent counter to Viper, but as Yushan's paired or you have Matari paired with someone else, and if you double down with them, a lot of these Viper composites just don't get as much value. And again, it's circular. If you go for the anti-Viper, not gonna lie, the scaling teams, the Transformer teams, the Cicada teams are going to have the advantage. But, you know, who knows? Are we going back to Viper next week? I'm willing to bet that your hunch is right, Moxie, that we are going to go back to Viper. Just because we're watching the hotties get chased down and just torched out of the skies. Normally they had just full uncontentions in the skies. Now, with the Akos chains and the combination of Viper, they're looking a lot more mortal.
Yeah, I mean, but again, as we said, I feel like that's going to be a change that's made next week when teams have more time to be able to adapt and scrim the composition and understand like how they properly want to be able to play it. This next round, though, like obviously we have one more before we go into our last round for the day, which will be the mirror match. Do we see the shutdown of the Viper comps? Because I think teams wised up to it. They wised up to it today far faster than they did day one. I will say we actually got Viper getting locked out. There are only 2 of them. That made it somewhat manageable in the long run, right? One of them got knocked out very, very quickly. And then for SR, they lost their Viper very early on and had to play the recovery game of wait for second realm of Yang, pick up a rebuff charm, bring the Viper back, and then be a problem when we went to Spirit Well, to the point that Spirit Well did not even get capped. So I expect like when we go into this next game, Viper still likely sees a lockout, right? I'm guessing phase 2 or phase 3. 2 of those teams won't go for the 50-50 split. They'll just go for the Viper to ice it out of the lobby.
Icing out of the lobby, making it into the top 4. So remember, there's only a couple of points. I said plus 12, but Moxie pointed it out. If we take out the SR at the bottom, I believe SR was plus or minus. No,
12. It's not SR. SR are actually potentially qualifying. It's 25 is 4th position, 24 is 5th position, 23 is 2nd position, and then it actually goes to, I believe it was 18, but then there was someone much lower down. I think it was IG who was around about like 13 or 15.
Well, game 5. Is the strat going to be like the previous rounds where we're just trying to be as aggressive as possible, trying to go and find the most amount of third-party situations like off spawn? Actually, we saw a little bit of a mix-up on Morris. Fireflies are still in play because of this is the last map where we will have Fireflies. Last game of the day is gonna be the all-exciting mirror matchup on the daytime, so no Fireflies. But game 5 is gonna be explosive. You know, a lot of these teams, they want to get it, they want to get through. Phasing has been shaken up. WBG are the culprits of just throwing everything G Yang on the Viper, one of the GOAT Vipers of the league, running it, trying to get a triple Viper lobby over and over so they can go and really pick apart that middle and transition the late game.
Oh, there's the traditional GG nap.
You know, I would say he's meditating, but the head down on the desk is crazy. That's
what GG do. They always do this. Like literally every day that GG plays trios, they always have a nap.
Wait, all of them? It's usually one player.
Yeah, it's one, but it's always. They always do it.
Well, all the teams. I want to see the heart rate. We got to know what we're locking into. Is everyone? Lions look super locked in, strategizing.
I mean, the team's on the cutoff point. The heart rate's probably going to be sky high, right? Even if you're 4th, you know you're not secure. you know that there's one team within 1 point of you, one team within 2 points of you. So no place of safety, as SR and GG will be in first phase. Is it going to be the Viper Syra variant of the Eno composition, or is it going to be business as usual stage 1 Eno composition that we got to see in J-Cup as well? Because if they don't do that, we could very well see 3 Vipers running amok in Padoria once more.
Running amok. Well, I feel like on Padoria, Viper performs very well, like we were saying earlier, because of the catapults. Are we gonna get a different phase? Pick.
Oh, that's a zip? That's a hottie? Okay, cool. Okay, SRGG traditional. Usual Eno composition. Phase 2 is where it gets interesting, right? If this is a 50 split on the Viper comp Raven, we've been here before. We know what the lobby will descend into. Okay, Syra, Viper iced out. It's fully iced out. Viper, Syra both made more expensive, even though we're seeing a Justina in place of the Aegis. This is still making Viper and Syra inaffordable for the rest of the teams.
I mean, I like the Justina variation of it. I don't know if I like the Aegis variation.
WBG's doing the Tammy again.
Wow. Wait a minute, they picked it twice.
They picked it twice, back to back.
It's a very bold move. I mean, average 10 points. Is it bold? It's smart. It's actually a smart move. Numbers don't lie, Moxie. The numbers don't lie, even though that composition is so ugly. It's one of the ugliest compositions I've ever seen. Temi Wu-Chen? Ew. It's like my least favorite 2 characters to have to play. You got the 2 thankless jobs of how much effort you have to put in. Temi always does so much with the geometry of his ult put downs when he's putting the circle wind wall, and then Wu-Chen has to bail his team out for ever making a mistake, and he can only mess up. He's never gonna get credit for a good port, but everyone remembers the bad Wu-Chen port where you poured him into zone, or you poured
the
him
phony
into
roller.
team, and you just ended up getting quick deaded. Oh my god.
I mean, I think it's smart from WBG though, because you're having basically 3 characters, all of who can react to third parties. Your Wu-Chen can teleport you out of that. Your Temi can just drop the wall, so you can take Sanctuary inside his ultimate, and then Tessa gets her ult up so frequently since it doesn't require full charge that you can both third party aggressively with it as an opener, or you can have it for when another team shows up, since they don't know how that Tessa's ult charge is going to be. If it's close enough, if it's high enough for her to potentially get 2 ults off in one fight, or she has already used one previously and she's trying to get the first one back. I think for WBG, this is the way that they protect themselves against the threat of a potential triple Viper composition, or the lobby being so aggressive, because these teams towards the bottom half understand that they have to get kills no matter what, right? So what we're going to be seeing is just sheer aggression from everyone.
Sheer aggression from everyone. I mean, everyone is in there. I don't think anyone's not in there. But what it was, I think IG's all at the bottom.
Yeah.
Maybe they should be less aggressive. They should be less. They should let the game come to them. Play a little spirit well and do a little third party. A little.
Well, they got all in. They keep being the team that get all in by the
Moxie.
Viper teams.
They
What?
deserve it. If you're a team that's getting all in, you deserve it, You did something that you deserves it. It may be in game, it may be out of game, maybe your karma is wrong. But you gotta ask yourself, when the whole lobby ults you, what did you do to deserve this?
Wow, tough love, NARAKA edition coming from Raven PLZ.
Oh my god, 12.2. That's a crazy average. 12.9 for 12.2 for GG, and then 12.9 for YZG getting their value off their monk composition with Takeda Temi. SR, I'm surprised. Only 10-point average with theirs.
Oh, this is the first time IG's playing this comp too.
Good luck. I mean, first time on the stage, you know, I think they need 2 rounds to get that average going. As we are looking at the heart rates.
Yeah, everyone who's close to dropping into bottom 4 or is in bottom 4. Those are the elevated heart rates going between 120. There's yet again Arcadia free pass. One team, RW, the only team going Arcadia, not even a team landing close enough for a timing attack.
In the bottom left, GG. Goblins. You're part of the jellyfish generation. Yeah. I scoff at them, landing in that ugly position. As SR and YZG, that's going to be a spicy off spawn. As SR is battling their way to secure the top 4. Now, as a competitor, you kind of gotta think you're the best, and it doesn't matter where you land. You gotta just fight your way out. But you got the 2 heavy hitters, YCG and SR. They were the last bit of martial arts. We're gonna take this RNG fight off spawn as YZG immediately starts diving NY7, but SR is gonna fade out. Not gonna get anywhere. 17S is gonna come in and get the first parry to get things going, then goes for the focus scale rush into the focus release into the center of all of them. But the LNB release on staff is a little sussy, and my man's gonna get parried, but who cares? We got combo break. Do we do it again? No, we go for the parry, and now we're getting juggled by the wind wall. And SR, they bend, but they do not break. They trap up YZG for chasing them, and now are going to be chasing down. And WBG coming in. You see that Jang? That Jang's coming in with the jank. He's coming in hot, but SR is going to have ultimate. Look at Jang.
Yeah, I mean, is WBG committing to this though? Because like they're coming into this fight. It's already ended. They managed to get like 1 Soul Bloom, but they don't know the state of the ultimates. But it's the Tessa composition, so you open with the Tessa, get the charm, Hardy ults in play, so we get Cube out potentially. We get the Eno ult on the field as well by putting the pressure onto LV since they know that he does not have charm just yet. And WBG had not taken a fight, so they're not close enough to the second cast of that Tessa ult. LV is absolutely getting fried right now. It's Jiang trying to come on through with the peel off that Temi ult, but Eno just goes straight through it, and LV is still so low. One more jump RMB takes him down. And SR draw blood against WBG, potentially getting a second, since we can actually see off in the distance Jiang on that Temi got out of the fight and is trying to just full disengage. As in the meantime, IG getting caught inside the Forbidden Seal, not able to use their ultimates, and Escape Alliance, who were just getting multiple parries into the F-Sounds coming in through from that Viper to take them down.
Thought Alliance was doing a little bit better, but they are in the same boat as IG. As we are going to go over to WBG's Jang, gonna get juggled up and served on a platter by SR. SR getting 6 kills off spawn. Back-to-back team wipes go into them as RW wants to hold, you know, first place. Even though it's just top 4, you want that first place. You want to keep this going. Let everyone know we're the big dogs in the lobby now. As RW, I don't think they won their off spawn. They
were uncontested. They were the only ones to drop Arcadia. So they've got Volpine Essence, but that's it.
Oof. Gross. Well, they are on the Enor. Or not Enor, Yushan Justina Lee composition. Does decent versus Enor. It is a winnable comp, but it's mainly trying to snipe out one of the Viper composition. Speaking of Viper, in the south, WFG already got purple spear on their Viper, setting up for first Yang. Now, right now the cutoff is 28. Oh my goodness, 28 points. How many teams? I guess WBG, WFG all have a realistic chance, but they gotta slow down SR and GG if they really want to lock in a position. We are gonna get a Viper stun. Wait, is this Viper on Viper violence?
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh, Revenge at least comes on for the Syra V2 bailout, but WFG will just disengage, wait for that to be done, and then come through with Syra ult advantage to finish out the fight. Xiaowen still has Justina V1 as well. Comes the Akos cage. WFG more than happy to go right into it since they still have that Syra ult V2 up, and it takes down Rushui. Alliance now down a player, having to scatter away from WFG, but a mishap on the grapple connection from Yuma means that he has to now take the fight against a 2 versus 3 versus 1 situation. Oh no, he's absolutely cooked.
You know, sometimes you win some, you lose some. This time we get cooked. But now, look at this. Oh, we just needed 27. We got 25, 26, 28, 29. Where's the 27? We just got a nice little sequence going on the leaderboard. WBG is trying to fight their way up to the 28-point marker. WFG right on the cusp at 26 points. GG, you know, slow and steady. They're holding the line. They are the wall. They do have Enor Adi, so we'll see how they're going to go to Yang, whether or not they're going to try to skip, you know, go second, not take the raw fight. But I see no reason why GG is not going to continue. This is kind of their MO. Play slow off spawn and then win the first Yang and then snowball the lobby. Looking at the Yangs. Let's see. GG's still on the left side. Get away from there, GG. So gross. Spirit Well all the way in the bottom left. Doesn't look like WFG's going to opt for that. And actually, a decent spread. The last couple times the first Yang came up, all the teams were consolidated to like the right side of the map for some reason.
I mean, YZG and SR are potentially still fighting it out for one of them on the left side of the map. As we'll see the floating piles come through first, which is one of the reasons why YFG deviated their course away from that spirit well. Looks like they're going to make a play actually to go into this Realm of Yang. It's been a while since we got to see the Justina played alongside the Viper Syra. That was the original that you slotted in alongside those two characters before teams moved into using the Akos cage instead. And as we're passing Tuna around, making sure that everyone has that survivability on deck as we get ready to go into this fight. Mist coming on through, replacing positions off of the pillar, back to back with those fist blades before wanting to go for the commitment. Zhao Wen actually already forced into utilizing that combo break. You know, ult comes into play on the side of their opponent. GG going to be opening up with that one as WFG try to just scatter away. CGS has already been able to find a Thunder Marco onto one. Taken down to half health, turns now onto taking out that Justina, but she's got the V1 up, she gets the dash off. Viper ult comes on through just as the Una ult's about to end, so CGS might get caught by the stagger if he's not able to get behind the pillar. RMB from the Fist Blades takes LXM down. Big parry as well from Mist into the follow-up, jumping LMB punishment, and WFG have been able to find the opening that they were looking for. F comes out through from the Viper with that silence, no combo breaker available for GG to escape, and WFG clean up one of our teams that traditionally take wins inside Realm of Yang. GG gets taken down.
Oh my goodness, this is what I'm saying. I still feel like Justina Viper Syra is very strong. I wish I could have seen the week where it just got destroyed by some of the other compositions. Because I've seen it on at least in the global scene, just seen a Syra Viper perform very well versus all the new school stuff. I don't see how a lot of these teams survive. It's just Cina's so good at locking down and guaranteeing the Syra and Viper connection, which fights in Battle Royale are always unfair. That's ideal. You never want to just be like, all right, guys, like, you see us here in front of you. We're about to have a duel, a fair duel. Shake hands. Enemies. Opponents are not enemies. We're going to do a nice little fair fight. No. It's... You're trying to just have more loot than your opponent, and you're trying to cheese them as hard as possible in order to win this. GG getting upset there is going to put them in a tricky situation for the clutch up. Now, they've been here a million times before, and generally their playstyle is actually very consistent. But what's overlooked about GG is I would always credit them as being one of the best Viper compositions in the league. Their Viper teams have always had very, very high averages, way above most teams, always being in the top 3. As we are going to catch IG's XXL versus the Hungry SR.
Oh boy. Oh no! XXL dies in the animation activation of the ult before the health reset can come through. At least, and IG, like, they still have that, they actually won their Realm of Yang fight against YZG, actually. As SR now wanting to get NY7 out of that one before his ult ends. They've been able to track down Han though, so another player from IG stripped of the Vermilion Bird's Might buff. Still one running around the place, and SR will be determined to try to hunt them down. As we can see that YZG are actually trying to take a fight against WFG. Yang depletion 1 minute forces their hand. They have to take a fight. Temil's up looking to just lock down YFG's position, but WFG just come through with the Viper stun into the Syra stun. And yep, that'll be first kill going to WFG. Potentially second here too. Cuckoo just not getting the opportunity to do anything as the staggers come out. Both the Viper and the Justina working together to allow the charge LMB from this fifth place to come through. And Alliance, the fight happens, it's over so quickly. I don't think Alliance even think that they're going to have an opportunity to third party.
Well, Alliance, it's time to get cooking. IG and Alliance both up to three kills, but it's closing time soon. If they're not able to pick up the pace and come out with at least a 10-point game here, they're not going to be in striking distance of GG and WBG. Because at least they can go into the playbooks and slow them down by landing on them. But you need to set up for the championship round, game 5, in order to have a chance at the last game. Now, the good thing for them is that SR is scooping up all the kills. The bad thing is everyone else is still getting kills. WFG just climbed up the leaderboard, already up to 31. But GG falls. Very, very good for them that GG falls. Now, what's not good for them is another team set the 4th place at 31. It's starting to get unreachable for them, so they got to start at least controlling the map and controlling who's going forward, as we are going to look at the highlights of IG versus YZG. 17S, one of the premier monks of Nbpl, showing my man IG Han the work, the business, as QGG on the Cicada gets one to shove across, immediately sets up for Scale Rush as Han of IG is buying a decent amount of time, and out of nowhere, XXL with a big clutch up finds the flank and secures the first kill onto the monk. And now XXL, woo! That's a big clutch for IG against Alliance to climb up the leaderboards. That was their main competition though. They need to get up there though. And continue slaying the teams who are all very, very close to like 31, I believe.
Are they in position though, because they went for the kills onto Alliance in zone to actually go into Realm of Yang? As SR currently uncontested. WBG will be picking up Spiritwell as they have the Temi Wuchen, two characters who notably do better in terms of getting to control the points of interest outside of the realm of Yang fights. As IG have actually scouted out RW. RW were trying to use a Rebirth Charm, and Vulnerable likely found out on a Soul Altar. As we can see, Tamil gets dropped down, tests a jump too, interfering. Han loses the legendary weapon to the parry. Now has to come through with the Tianhai ult form, looking to find grabs, but everyone for the most part's already been able to break away. WBG's Jangdio does get grabbed up, but not completed into an elimination, as unfortunately for IG, XXL has already fallen. And's looking for one more scoop before this all ends. Can't find the double grab because of the Wuchen wind walls. And the Wuchen ult actually comes through before the player can connect onto the ground, which means that SR with the third party waiting to jump onto IG with the Eno ult will be able to fiend through them and take them down.
IG is in a tough position. Gang depletion. XXL.
Wait.
Han.
Only onto one?
Down for the count. Han is down
Oh,
for the count.
what must have happened was IG got the Takeda into Realm of Yang, but SR's whole team was there. IG's rest of their team were griefed by not getting into Realm of Yang by the Tessa ult. So SR won the 3 versus 1 against the Takeda, which is how IG still have the Takeda up, but with Yang depletion, then came out of the Realm of Yang, and unfortunately for IG, the portal that SR had actually taken to go into the Realm of Yang was the one that they tried to enter through. So SR literally appeared back on top of them.
Well. We find ourselves in another situation with WBG and the Draco Storm looking for a victim of this Temi Tessa combo. I feel like PP has been playing Wuchen forever throughout the years. One of the, besides Baby U, I always see PP on Wuchen. He always gets stuck with this position. As in the kill feed, we saw one of WF's teammates go down. As looking at the sack, wait, we got to see the leaderboard. Oh my god, SR's already up to 14 kills. And IG's climbing. We're climbing. We need to kill WBG with the Temi Tessa Wuchen. This is where strategy is super important. If we're gonna all in someone, we gotta all in our competition that's right on the cusp and put ourselves in good position for the 6th round, the clutch up round. 5th round sets it up for the clutch, but you will not clutch if you're just too far away. And this team, with their resilience, are very, very close to just edging one last spot. And we've seen it almost time and time again. Teams get a little bit complacent and stop pressing their advantage a lot. When pressing their advantage was the whole reason that they became super looted.
Oh, this is a very important fight for IG to be able to win. RW, 2 players with Yang depletion having to go for the cleanse, getting locked down by Temi ultimate. Going to have to play right in the center of it. That makes it problematic for Youth to be able to get these dashes through on that Justina. Tianhai ult comes out. Youth utilizing one dash to go straight above the Temi ultimate. But Han has been able to find a grab. However, Temi ult's done. Youth gets a freeze onto Han. They still manage to get the slam off though, and Yuan is taken down. Next grab onto Youth. Out comes the repeater crossbow as well as the flying knives. And Youth has now fallen. Han out of his ult. Going to be vulnerable. Yushan ult comes into the field for AB just in time for him to be able to put pressure onto this Tianhai. But Han is out of there, and AB now is the one left looking likely to go down to zone to give the kill away to no team if he can help it. And IG walk away 2 extra eliminations, getting closer and closer to making it into the top 4.
Are we gonna have a 4-way tie 5-way tie going into the last round. Uh-oh. Getting a little too spicy for some of these teams. Not very comfortable. WFG is the bubble team. Right on the bubble. We got to find a kill here. The good thing for them is there's not many teams left. Not many teams left. They... Can they really get... SR is about to pop off crazy, up to 14 kills. It's definitely not the team we want to go for. We want to back off this one. Let's find another one. WBG is what we want to go for. That's the old style with Wu Chen. That... Gotta get it out. We gotta get it out of here. Just sign that Wu Chen. Let him know. Let him get lobbied in the end. But do we even know where they're at? This looks like they're out of sight, out of mind. Not even showing for anywhere. As SR is just running away with this. They're probably gonna take the lead actually after this round by how much momentum they have.
Yeah, I mean, no one's contesting them on Spirit World. You can't really. They're so geared. In terms of loot, everyone else is now going to get hit with Yang depletion and SR get the buff. We can see actually that, oh wow, WFG making a play for the flag. This is dangerous, but if they get there early and just hold it for 10 seconds, they will be able to get the cleanse off without being contested. It looks like team's a little bit late to actually camping the flag's position. Won't be able to prevent it from being held there, and surely in a moment we're going to see WFG's portraits cleared. But wait, they did. They do finish it just in time. WBG showed up, thought about going for the jump on them with both the Temi and the Tessa, Wu Channel as well to bail out if the fight went south, but they're not able to lock WFG's position down in time. And well, Raven, this is now very awkward because WBG are the only team with Yang depletion. There's no one else with it. So no one else is going to be forced into fighting, which is terrible news for WBG because they're on a composition that benefits from third partying instead of starting fights themselves.
Well, well, well. We finally have an endgame when everything's on the line. And now, 2 minutes ticking down on WBG. They played this round very conservatively, you know. Just surprising because they have a hit and run composition. And they had a high average on this comp. You know, there was 10 points going. We're looking at a goose egg right now. A big goose egg, and not the goose egg we want to see going into the last game. We had a really, really good position. Remember, Moxie, this was a double pick. A little bit, you know, we're a little bit innovative, but, you know, sometimes a tried and true is the way to go. As grappling onto SR, I don't know about this being the target we want to go for with the triple gold armor. Oh my goodness.
Not with Blazing Cyclone too. WBG are like
everything. We're just going to the most stacked team in the world. They're like, wait, yeah, no. Moonbane as well. Are we really gonna force it to the triple gold armor team inside Moonbane?
Witch and teleport, surely. Surely it's a witch and teleport angle. Like you drop onto SR. You fake out like you're wanting to fight, and then you witch and teleport out. Unfortunately for WBG, they're down that Temi. They do still have Wu Chen, so they might be able to port the can and get a res off. We can see that the Wu Chen ult does confirm. Oh no, they ported onto Moonbane. Okay, well, they're alive, but they lose the opportunity of picking Temi up. PP's down because they ported into Moonbane as well as closer to WFG. And now it's just LV. Throws out the charged RMB, gets parried at max range, gets frozen by Justina into the charged RMB of that spear. Terrain does mean that he survives a little longer, but that also means that all of that fighting has allowed IG to just get a position on Spirit Wall for free. And Raven, no one's contesting them. They're about to get Mystic Might for free.
You know, it's a plot armor. We're going from last all the way to Qual. Wait a minute, 35 points. We gotta kill everyone here. We gotta get another 6 points if we're hoping to qual. Hit them with the crazy pop-off game. Then everyone is gonna be in a weird way. We're gonna see more endgames. This is the first endgame.
Yeah.
We're actually getting to play out. Second spirit well. Wow. We got in the second spirit well.
I mean, they're just using it as well for as long as possible to be able to just block range damage.
Oh,
and force SR and WFG to fight.
When the whole reason Takeda Temi Monk exists is that if they get on the spirit wall, no one will contest. Even SR, who is super stacked triple gold armor, it's not worth it to contest this comp. Because you are for sure dying the amount you have to invest in order to get this team off of it. And they're gonna go with the double ult. Perfectly timed here as Han is trying to find a grabby as all of the ants are stuck behind this wall. And he does see the, the ESP. But it doesn't look like this might be a little bit of a misstep from IG. Not force these two teams to kind of fight. Both of them are like, you know what? Let's see how this plays out. Let's wait for the monk. I'm not gonna lie. Wait. SR has a chance because they have Enor. Unless you have a Transformers, you got no chance of winning this endgame.
I mean, WFG, they've got the Viper, they've got Syra, potentially.
I'm rooting for IG.
They do still have the Justina as well. So I feel like if you try to go first turn with your Transformers, then WFG just respond with something like Justina. As now we get cannon warfare from all sides. Both teams just trying to weaken out their opponents. Force out some of those resources, gets things like the fire tick on them as well, so that they have to burn through more of those healing resources. As we've got Blazing Cyclone on the field for SR Rico. They're using it as an umbrella to block some of the incoming pressure. Zone's gonna be closing real soon though, and forcing these teams to have to just go for it. Viper actually comes through first from WFG. Miffed looking to put the wheels into motion with the stun, catching so many players on cliff. NY7 I-framed the connection of the Viper with the cast of the Eno since Viper went first, and is actually the one capitalizing on the stun opportunities. As now we have IG's hand as well on the Tianhai, looking for a grab opportunity. Justina all comes on for freezing onto Zhao, making it problematic for him to potentially get grabbed out, but no, the Tianhai is not able to find the connection. Zone still giving just a little bit, a lip of cliff for SR to be able to hold that position and wait Han's ult to be done. Flamer comes on for forcing IG further away from WFG. But the closer that the zone forces these teams, Raven, the more value that XX Moosh still holding this Temiol to pair with XXL's Takeda will be able to find. And it's not that we're getting an endgame. We're going all the way to zone close, it feels. Syra V2 on the field for WFG. Temi ultimate as well as Hardy. Everyone's making a play to be the one in control of tempo when the zone closes.
Well. Takeda ult is finally gonna get popped up. Nowhere to run. Each shove just taking up so much space as IG is springing the trap. We're gonna take down Zhao Window WFG, but NY7 has something to say about this. We're gonna be picking apart the other side as they are hoping to take rank 1 after this, but IG's XXL is gonna have something to say about it. Only up to 20% need to build up this ultimate, but the flamethrower from Mist just cooking, kebabbing everyone in the center as now XXL makes his way to the top, gets a nice parry, but the zone is closing right now and we are not healthy. SR very, very healthy right here, but they are truly not a transformer, but it's not going to matter because Zhao is smacking everyone back into zone. The zone doing more damage than he ever could as Zhao is gonna cut him down with the hottie. And I was rooting for IG, but the reason why Hottie and Kylan were so popular with the old anti-burst with zipping was because of situations like this on Plumeria. And you saw it right there. He was able to shove his opponents into zone on Hottie, and it just gave him a huge edge as pretty sure SR passed them, right?
Hmm.
That win right there.
Maybe, or maybe IG still come through with the MVP.
No way.
We'll,
SR had like 15, 16 kills or something.
we will have to see, as we don't currently have a lower third to announce who the MVP will be, which means that we're doing the maths. We're working out where all of the points come through from. Unfortunately for IG, I don't think that actually allows them to overtake some of the teams that were slightly ahead of them through the duration of that Padoria, which means, Raven, still all to play for in the last game of the day. That mirror match will determine the top 4 teams that get to move on, the bottom 4 teams that will have to play in the lower bracket round 1 run, because there's a lot of teams still in that dangerous position.
Ooh-wee. We got a spicy game 6 for the day. And it just goes to show that playing for keeps, when multiple teams are right on the cusp, when the team IG needs a Hail Mary, they come to championship round and they go for all the points. SR is like, we're not going out like this. We're going to take first place away. You guys got way too comfy. And speaking of comfort, for you Twitch chatters at home, which team won in game 5? Was it A, IG, B, WBG, C, WFG, or D, SR?
I mean, the answer was just that on screen with all of the players on the team less than 5 seconds ago. So we've had like a mixed bag of questions today. We've had the easy ones, we've had the hard ones. That's an easier one to be sure. I think the harder question though, Raven, is like who from this group actually makes it through in the upper bracket, because even some of the teams on 3rd place at the moment, not comfortable in their position, could still be overtaken if someone has a pop-off game. So yeah, heart rates for game 6 expecting to be high.
I think SR is gonna take the lead back. They want it. They're looking hungry. NY7's looking like in form. I mean, I'm gonna be rooting for IG. What a nice little Cinderella story for this day, coming from dead last, going all the way to qualifying.
They got the Raven tough love, and now you're actually like rooting for them. You want to see them grow up and do well, go off to university.
It just would cause maximum pain to everyone else. That's actually we were like, we're making it, we're comfortable, and it's like, what? This team came back and took the win away. And this really stress tests a lot of compositions of what the best strategy is going to be. Even though it's mirror matchup, what's the best strategy for the mirror matchup? All these teams have been practicing this over and over and over again. For me, I hate it. I hate this composition. I hate Enor. But it is a lot more exciting now that everything is so close. The middle of the pack is going to be fighting it out. We got a lot of veteran teams trying to make their way through. Now, granted, it's not an elimination round, but there's something to play for here, something to prove. You want to bring this home, and there's no excuses. That's a tough pill to swallow about the mirror matchup. You know it's your fault when you lose the mirror matchup. You just know. You're just like, well, there's no excuses like, oh, they're just playing the stupid, annoying composition. No. You are also the stupid, annoying composition. So it's time to lock in to qualify to get through, as we're looking at the leaderboard for the results of game 5. And the great thing for SR is they just play this comp. So they get to do well on this comp, and then they get to go back to this competition for the mirror matchup. Just sometimes it's just the luck of the phasing rotation. You end up being able to play your phase 1 right before last game, which in anything, momentum in competition is a real thing, and it does give you an advantage, especially when everything is going your way. You're seeing SR is for sure gonna have the edge going into this last game of the day.
Oh, yeah, they are. They've overtaken RW in fact, leading them by 5 points. But our attention is on the middle to last. 35 points for YZG. 2 above them, WFG. So still catchable distance for GG, WBG. Heck, even IG, I feel, can still put up a fight to be able to take one of those spots. So, as stated, it's not just YZG who have to watch their backs, it's also WFG. Alliance, unfortunately, not having the greatest of performances today. A little bit too far away from contention, as we can have a look at the highlights coming on through from SR's side. NY7 with the Eno coming on through with something we're about to see a whole lot of jump R&B in this mirror matchup, where every team will have an Eno and will be using that exact tech. More jump R&Bs, Thunder Mark, execution stance before swapping over to the cannons to keep up the pressure on WFG, playing up on that high ground. Cyro comes on through. They call to Kite. We get the little bit of scale rush now with those halberds closing up the distance once the Cyro stun is done. Tamiel as well from the Tien High team that they're just going to stay entirely out of, waiting for the zone to close before Zhao comes through with the Hardy ult. 6 kills he walks away with in that match. I would imagine a whole lot of them came through in this window, knocking back with the Hardy ultimate and forcing everyone into the zone damage.
Whee! Another cliffside endgame where Hadi's knockback just coming in big. We don't really see Kylan as much anymore. Takeda does something very similar, but the knockback for that last little bit zone just does so much damage. Looking at the MVP of my man NY7. The Chinese? Looks like I think he's at least. He almost looks a mix. He does it. NY7. I can't recall what NY7 looked like last year. Maybe it's just the hair. Most of the Chinese players have a similar hairdo. My man has like curly hair. I think that's what's throwing me off. I don't think anyone there has curly hair. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break, and then we're going to close out the day with a game 6. It's very, very close, so don't go anywhere as we finalize the top 4 for today. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an exciting day of trios. I am Nbpl, and I am joined by the lovely Moxie. And woo, you weren't kidding, Moxie, when you said things are weird in trios right now. By things are weird, everyone is dying fast. But we've seen in Game 5 that when everything's on the line, we're slowing things down, you know, we're trying to win things out, and we're seeing that typical 3 or 4 teams duke it out for the Spirit Well. But for the first 4 games, we weren't even getting the second Spirit Well. The Viper compositions were out of control and just all-inning everyone. So I'm excited to see, are we going to make it through? GG, the veterans, the GOATs of Nbpl, right on the cusp. But can they make it through and clutch it up on the last game of the day?
Yeah, I mean, are we going to actually get to see a zone close again, too? Because I think, like, all of the teams towards the lower half of the score, they're just going to look for kills, right? There's no kill multiplier, there's no placements. Get kills. That is the objective of all of those teams, and potentially as well, grief the teams that could be competing with you for those 4th and 3rd positions. So, honestly, Raven, I would not be surprised if we see teams dropping Secret Tunnel to contest GG. Just so that they can try and stop some of that momentum taking place at the start of this fight. Because there's always one team where you know that they will be, no matter what map that you play, no matter what composition that they're on, no matter what round that they're on. And GG, as you just said now, being one of those teams, is like on the cusp, but not quite there just yet, could well be the best one to just try and put a stop to at an early stage in this game.
Hey, you bring up a great point. When things are this close, scouting out where your opponents like to land and target firing them, knowing what their tendency is with the phasing, this is where coaching and a lot of counter strategy comes into play. And when every point matters, we've just seen it time and time again when it comes to qualifying rounds, that 1 point may make a difference. Less than a point makes a difference. And you hate to be the team on the bubble where you just go back and reflect, like, if I just zigged instead of zagged in this position, if we just got one more kill here, if I just paired in this one spot. So it's going to be an exciting last round. I can't believe, I think one of the weird situations is WBG going with the back-to-back Teslas, even though they had an average of 10 points. We saw them drop the ball in this Game 5. Now, this is going to be really telling of whether or not this team is going to be do a little bit better this year. It's all about grit and not giving up. It's always winnable. So I'm going to be looking at them. I'm going to be cheering for IG, the long shots to make it through. SRR has already shown their dominance, retaking the lead. That's a really fun last game going in. Oh, I just remembered though, it's a mirror matchup. it's gonna be Enor everywhere. I just the jumping R&B with the new lightning skin just hurts my eyes. It's just too many sparkles everywhere. Now that the meta's more solidified, it's a lot more easier to follow. It doesn't look like a bunch of mashed potatoes and gravy. You're really looking to see how well the team can defend their zipping. Because if not, Hottie gets 2 ults online. Now, looking at the final scores of the day, looking, 42. Actually, the spread got a little bit bigger. It's more like 23 to 35. 35 is the cutoff. Can you make it to 35? We gotta assassinate YZG, and we gotta hope no one else plays well. The problem is, besides off spawn, you don't know who's who. You just, I mean, you know Yang tendencies. You can do that at least, because certain.
I mean,
teams will
GG has the chance to do the funniest thing here.
Not like go cave.
Not go secret tunnel.
That's they can't do that. That's not in their wheelhouse.
We'll see. We'll see. It's kind of wild as well. Like, GG, you can see from the stats there, 1 first place in terms of average kills, but not guaranteed top 4 so far today. So we're not going to be seeing the hero phase picked because, as Raven said, this is last game of the day. Everyone will be playing the same composition. The only thing that can change will be the ability loadouts. But let's be honest. There's no way, right? There's no way that you deviate from your cooldowns of this comp. It is pretty much written in stone.
Well. Look at YZG smiling, laughing, like we got this. We're already through. Playing the haughty Enor. Ew. Everyone else, though, a lot more stressed. There's happy vibes there. They already punched the ticket. They did what's needed to do as they're going into their last game. But, you know, IG, look at them. They're definitely pressed. They're like, we gotta dig deep. We gotta dig deep, gentlemen. We gotta find it. Where's the speech? The morale's not looking so good for my dark horses. Body language.
Yeah, I feel like the heart rates are about to tell a story of 1,000 words. They do not look cozy. They do not look comfy.
I mean, you know, it's tough. Like getting a momentum in this lobby is just so tough. All these guys are killers. We got the J Cup winners, SR. Remember, we got the mirror matchup. It's very, very hard to get lucky in the mirror matchup. It's very hard to get lucky. The luck is gonna happen off spawn, and then, if anything, first Yang. From there, though, this is not one of those compositions that you can really gimmick other teams. There's a ton of neutral. There's a ton of nuance and outplaying you can do, because you're trying to defend and stay alive for as long as possible. And what makes things even more hectic, when everyone has cube and you hear the cube sound going off, and you just hear cube. Securing kills in multi-way fights is a nightmare. It's just a nightmare situation.
Yeah, it is a little bit like spot the zip in a haystack, right? We're just like, okay, we're on top of the zip, hardy cube. Okay, we're on top of the zip once more, hardy cube. Just constantly. Oh, these Yang fights, these endgame fights, heck, the spirit well contest could go the distance, Raven. We've already seen it despawn once today. It could despawn again this match with the amount of resets that the hardy ult and the Uno composition allows you. Like, Dunk calls it the disengage comp. Can absolutely see why. This thing, it's so hard to pin down.
Yeah, zipping just provides so much. Like I said before, the glue to this composition is zipping. Like, Hadi is the annoying part, but Hadi gets to only be annoying because zipping can keep everyone alive forever. Enor is the horsepower. He's the engine.
Holy! IG's on 140!
I'm telling you, they're looking pressed. I was like, where's the morale?
Wait! Gigi did it!
No, it's because their position wasn't in. They're locked out.
Yeah, they're locked out, but they could potentially have landed up by Eventide and then, like, made a play to be close to Secret Tunnel.
No loot. That'd be a little bit too sussy for me. It's like, what are we doing, GG? We got no loot, no teams. We need kills.
That's rough for all of the teams then, because, like, if they can't go Secret Tunnel, you don't know. Like, you don't have a full team's position locked. You just have to hope that you run into someone who's in the same situation as you. Where it's like, okay, we drop on a team that hasn't confirmed their qualification, and we grief them out of that good start.
I mean, what's tough, too, is SR is landing on GG. It's not an ideal situation. So if it's going to start somewhere GG, what's right here, we got a smackety smack mac our rivals. SR and GG have been going at it non-stop, but SR has a new weapon, NY7, to be opened up with the F2, but CGS smacking him off with his own F2 on the Enor. But we've seen this time and time again. SR's neutral fighting has been out of this world. We see the initial rage zipping all coming in big already, but this time CGS has just given NY7 the work with the parry, but NY7 coming with the peel, getting 3-3-0 off of his teammate. Get off my teammate, but the double charge is going to smack NY7, but he's going to keep coming, keep swinging, and now he got the Enor ult, but there's no ult zone in the right side, and a ballista. Zhao is going to fall on the hottie. All the mechanics in the game are getting clicked at the same time as no ult zone. Is it going to come into play? No, everyone's down. Like, what? We can't even click the no ult zone. The only one character that can do it is Rico, but Rico is just getting juggled right now down the hill, and LXM is going to secure the kill. Both zippings have fallen as NY7 is going to fall now. SR Zhao in a 2v1 situation. He does have Hottie ult out. Does he want to go for it, or is he doesn't? He's out. He's down. Like, GG, wait, Alexander's like, no, come back here. Need every single kill. I got no grapples. I'm following you. No matter where you go, we're following you.
They need those kills too, because YZG won the drop fight against Alliance. So YZG, that distance, it's already widened to the point that they've actually eclipsed WFG, who lost their drop fight. YZG are now 1 point ahead of them. QGG already getting his hands on purple armor, as well as Slastra at the moment in full occupation of YZG. No one to contest. WBG going to be rezzing inside the zone. Given that they lost their drop fight, they do not want to be contested when they're trying to recover their gameplay, as they're also needing a good game to pop off and be able to hit the top 4 to continue in the upper bracket. A little bit of a lull in terms of fighting action now, as the hot drop fights have been finished. Most teams winning, looking to scout up to loot, to potentially run into teams who are in that recovery phase, which means that a lot of those teams will be playing on the outsides of the zone, as Cuckoo actually goes directly overhead of one of SR's other teammates who was hiding inside that purple bush. Rico trying to run away, YZG understanding that they're not going to be able to catch him, now kiting back and potentially running into SR's Zhao, who our camera observer is going to give us a very good shot of. He's not having a fun time playing a battle royale game at the moment. He's playing a horror game, as he's not wanting to make any noise or get spotted. But the moment YZG turn their attention to that bush, if they check it, the jig is up and he gets taken down.
I mean, IG, we got 2 kills on the board. We're going in the right direction right here, but what the bar got higher. WFG's at 37. Can we get 13 points? Woo, that's a tall order. IG, we're gonna lock in. We gotta dig deep. We gotta find another gear, 7th gear, you know. But RW battling, you know, bragging rights for it. They want to take back first place. They were holding first throughout the whole day, and SR stole it away 5th round. Little mongrels as IG. Oh, we're seeing IG right now. WBG dropped the ball earlier. They're gonna need to get things going. I do feel like if I'm a betting man, I gotta say GG is most likely gonna be able to pull it together. But it's really gonna come down to this first realm of Yang.
I was going to say, I'm withholding my answer until we see which team wins Realm of Yang and which team gets Yang depletion.
That's cheating, Moxie.
Okay, do you know what, Raven? This is my answer. I think an Eno composition team wins, and I think an Eno composition loses.
Ah, yes. I too believe an Eno composition is going to win. I love to live dangerously. Good bet, Moxie. Unlosable. Unlosable. Why did I think about that?
Gaming the system. That's the way that I like to do my predictions. Thank you very much. As we're getting ready to go into the realm of Yanks. Very quiet early game. Outside of the hot drop fights, it feels like a lot of these teams are taking precautions. They know that this is sort of their last chance to be able to put points on the board. They do not want to overextend in case there's a team who is a little bit lower down the standings, hungry for those eliminations, and stumbles on the fight, looking for the third-party opportunity that then lands on their lap. As WFG and Alliance look like they're going to be trying to vie for control over this realm of Yang. SRGG also all drawn into the mix. This could get a little bit spicy in a couple of seconds, depending on if any of these teams want to try to interfere with the realm of Yang opening. Do we see someone get griefed out of their teammates all getting to go in? You know, F's in position, everyone getting ready to mash. And here comes the realm of Yang. WFG, unfortunately, not getting through as Xuan goes down. Oh no, WFG had 2 of their players go through. SR decided not to go for the realm of Yang, but griefed WFG's chances instead. It's a 3 versus 2.
Very optimal indeed. For WFG, because they are on the cusp. But this is also why you don't go to Yang's with a lot of people. It's just not fun at all. It's not the way you want to go out when everyone is F2. We are going to go with RW. You know, they want to claim their spot back at the top. As Youth's going to come out of Hottie ult. Fish for the parry. Oh! Han caught him reaching, came in with the sneaky focus attack, was responded smackety smacks back. Get that out of here, as XXL with the delayed Hottie ult is gonna get a ton of value out of these last little bit of slashes. Dragon Slayer from his zipping gonna keep things locked down as Youth gets hit by a focus attack. Is getting looped right now, and again the Dragon Slayer comes out, but Youth on the edge of it is going to be able to get some space. AB does have the dreaded flying knives, looking for the backstab, and he's bringing it back. RW was on the edge right here, zipping, about to go down, but XXL again peeled off. IG had all the momentum. Wait, 2v2 situation. We're bringing this back into Enor Hottie versus Zipping Hottie. Remember, second Hottie ult can come back online, but AB down to his last sliver of health. He's not gonna make it away. IG is looking a little cooked, but we brought it back. We reeled it back home, and we took the dub home.
Big parries. Big parries coming through on the side of IG, and big kills too. That was a win that they needed. Unfortunately for GG though, Raven, they got dealt a loss against YZG. So when we see that scoreboard, yeah, the distance only continues to widen. YZG up to 41, but WFG down 1 whole player because of SR griefing the entrance of the realm of Yang, having 2 stuck with Yang depletion, still not able to find a kill this round so far, stuck on that 37 points. IG slowly closing up the lead as well. 5 kills for them, 28 points. So within the realm of possibilities as we go to the next realm of Yang to get to see how exactly YZG overcame GG. Out comes the Enor, putting the pressure onto 3-3. Oh, they're zipping very low already. Forced into just utilizing that ultimate and the F to be able to have the health to sustain the pressure coming in through from this Enor ult. He's going to be very vulnerable alongside the rest of his teammates too. As this Enor is just uncontested at the moment. Finally, CJS drops down to try and help, but the Hottie ult just forces him off of the Enor. And QGG have the lead in terms of this fight. But you have to be careful about 17S going slightly low, but Hardy still has the cube, will be able to get out of the fight. QGG now with the fist blades, wanting to scale rush for, finds the stagger onto CJS, forcing the Zip to have to burn that F to keep him in play. Gets taken down by a parry, loses all of the armor. 2 versus 1 situation peeled off by the fan play coming in through from the side of CJS, but QGG sends out the 1-2-3 into the LMB and finds the kill onto one of them, taking the numbers advantage and turning it to the side of YZG. Hardy combo breaker used, but that just means that the Hardy isn't there to be able to peel the Zip. The slap comes through from the stagger. The 1-2-3 of the fist blades threatened, but GG don't have the players to follow through, and YZG find the winners. We now look and see what a mess of a fight we've come to. Everyone is here.
Well. GG on their last leg right here with IG here on the corner. LXM's gonna pick up the first one. IG is gonna pick up a kill onto YZG as well, though. Multiple teams jamming in right here. CJS just looking to pick off what he can. Needs to keep this under control. 53 seconds though. Yang depletion is ticking away from my man. RW is here, but CJS is gonna activate, go into Eno, but inside zone, we're taking percentage damage right here. We're taking too much damage from the zone. Good job from 330 on the zipping, gonna keep his team nice and healed. Hit CJS with his F1, picking up his health pool. And RW though, same thing though, just as sturdy, staying alive in 32 seconds. These guys as well on Yang depletion, but good thing for them, they're like, I think they're like 2 or 3 seconds ahead. So as long as they're smacking against GG, they can grab a heal, but CGS is gonna fall first. LXM tries running away. No, the dream might be over for GG, as 7 seconds are ticking away for RW, and GG's right on the bubble at 33 kills. And I think their hottie made it, stayed alive, so they could still, dream is still alive for GG. It's got to keep on fighting. And IG from dead last to almost qualifying, they're playing out of their mind. They're already up to 6 kills. You know, it's just not, not everyone starts up very fast. It takes a little bit to heat up, to get going, but now they are in striking distance to realistically qual.
Oh, RW got found by YZG. Oh, GG are still in it too. LXM just bought a rebuff charm. They'll likely use it when second realm of Yang spawns on through. He's just trying to get out of dodge at the moment. So close to that ult. Yeah. This is RW with 9 kills, but they might go out of the lobby here. Unless he can break away from YZG. IG managed to go into the second realm of Yang. They lost that fight in zone with 2 seconds left on Vermilion Birdsmite on their last player. This is a very important match for them. Han with that legendary spear. Gets clipped, loses half of the purple armor. Backs off. Gets the heal. Doesn't have his ult up too, so doesn't have the instant health refresh. Comes on through with the F2, getting every single person stacks up. Hit in one go, instantly batteries up to that Eno ult to put pressure onto the zipping. Forcing out the F, forcing out the ult. Jiang is so very low, already has to use all of the zip utility as well as the Hardy cube play coming out from that ultimate. And that just means that Han wants to take the zipping down as quickly as possible. Don't allow the F, don't allow the reset to come on through. He's done such a good job of putting up the pressure so that IG can fully control the tempo. Though XX Moose also had to use that zip ult. Han gets the Dragon Slayers into the follow through. Hardy ult allows him to get the cube to displace, looking now for a potential heal into unexpected Dragon Slayers charge up, landing the crowd control into multiple players in one go, but he gets hit by the charged RMB coming through from the whip blade into the charged RMB from the fan. 1-2 jump LMB uppercut followed up by the charged RMB whip sword, and IG find the second realm of Yang win. My goodness. The stress that this team must be feeling right now. They are so close to making it into the top 4. But are there enough players left on the field for them to hit the score required?
I mean, 20 people left alive. There's a lot going for my team right here. They got momentum all on their side, and everyone's rezzing, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Mystic Might on WFG. They're going around hunting, looking for the stragglers, looking for these rezzing teams over here.
Wait, do we have a timeout? Did we get a timeout on second Realm of Yang?
Let's see.
We did! SR and Alliance timed out on their second Realm of Yang fight.
We got a lot of kills to be had right here. IG, we're at 32. They need to win the game, basically.
Yeah, GG's out though. They just lost their last person. They weren't able to come through with the Rebirth Charm. They got sharked down, unfortunately for them, by a team just now before they could hit the Soul Altar. So it's doable for IG, but like Raven says, they have to basically win the whole game and also hope that WFG goes out like now. Unfortunately for them, WFG are hitting their stride this round too, which is the worst possible timing if you're an IG fan. Legendary armor on the side of Mist, which means that zip is going to be an absolute pain to bring down.
Like Moxie says, it's guaranteed that one of the Enors are gonna win this lobby. They're going to go full Enor mode and get this across the finish line. SR, 51 points. They're tied with RW. They just need one more point, just to be like, haha, we got first. Just one more point, get it across. WBG is cooked. I don't think there's no hope here. There's no momentum. They have to get every single kill right here. What is this? 12, 6, 12-ish.
I mean, no multiplier, no placement points.
Wait, there's placement points though.
Oh yeah, no placement points, but no multiplier for being first.
Yeah. 12, 14. Can I do math?
I was gonna say, Raven, we're all casting. No maths live on broadcast.
I mean, it's possible. It's just very improbable. WFGG would have to get no kills. And then WBG would have to frag out and win the whole thing. And they got Yang depletion right now. Got a couple stack teams playing very, very slow. And IG is going to be definitely holding the line. Now, the problem is it's about to get oogly inside Celestra. And a lot of kills are about to be had. As NY7 is getting juggled up. The Yang depletion teams are going to come into grab by LB from WBG. Got the sign smacked onto him. But look at that. Look at that zipping peel. Oh, my God. He was just sitting there getting cooked, and it didn't matter. He absorbed so much damage.
Oh, and the Hardy Cube as well. Like, you get one chance at taking the zip down. If you don't get her within that frame of window, boom, she's gone. Celestia as well. Like, it's going to be so hard to actually pin these players down. The good news is that Yang depletion will do that for you, right? All you have to do, last hit situation. And the teams that have more time on Yang depletion are in a much better position than the teams who are about to run out of theirs. So all hands on deck, all aggression, everyone wanting these eliminations to come through, get those last hits, force the situation, be able to get the cleansers coming on out. WBG loses one. Alliance's Yuma, though, still in transform state, won't be able to drop out of the Enor to be able to grab the Soul Bloom, even if he gets the elimination here onto SR Zhao, who's trying to peel for Rico with the Palm Lightning, but the 2 versus 1 situation, the zip ult comes on through, but Rico is popped and gone. Alliance pick up 1 Soul Bloom. Still have to cleanse 2 more people. They'll be able to get the kill onto Zhao now, and that makes it 2 Soul Blooms. But IG showing up late with the third party. No Yang depletion for them. all of the ultimates in play, pick through everyone left remaining to get 11 kills on the field, 5 points away from tying with WFG, who have Yang Depletion Raven. If they don't get a kill now, they go out of the lobby and IG get the opportunity to come all the way from last into top 4.
What a clutch moment from IG. Now it's not over yet. They can't celebrate yet. They gotta finish the job, Mox. They gotta finish the job. Spirit Well's gonna be coming up. YZG inside Celestia is getting a little oogly in here. The signs falling on people's heads. Not mattering though, because of zipping on Yuma. Dancing. He's dancing as YZG is hunting for this kill. I mean, if I'm YZG, we're not super comfortable too. We got WFBG on our heels, and we don't know what the bottom half the rest of the lobby is doing. They could be popping off right now, so we still have to lock in. YZG though does have 8 kills, so they got to be feeling a little bit comfortable or a little bit satisfied. They can't get comfortable though.
They got the cleanse too though. They capped the flag inside Celestia, so they're not the ones with Yang Depletion. WFG are the only team currently with Yang Depletion. 2:14 on the time bank for WFG to find those kills, force a fight. But I mean, if they do, then it's very obvious which of these teams still have the Yang Depletion and could get turned onto by the whole lobby.
IG got triple gold armor. They're looking very, very stacked. They can for sure lobby wipe everyone. They find this position right here. I wonder where they're at though. They gotta keep rotating right now because the fight is being had right now. WFG on the cusp, 41 kills. This is exactly what they need to kill. They need to kill this team right here. They're blueberries. Where are we at? Miss is gonna get gold armor right here. IG. No, don't do the thing where you play it safe because you're so far ahead. The reason why you're ahead is that you weren't playing it just safe. We're risking it for the biscuits. We gotta pour the gravy onto the biscuits and send this one home if we want the victory, IG.
Yeah, but I mean, if you try to fight now, you might end up Sunday roast inside that Moonbane. As NY7 and Miss just found out. Miss just went down to Moonbane. Legendary armor, yeah. Armor schmarmer. Moonbane, he takes no prisoners.
We got the Spirit Well, so 2 teams left. Oh my god, they gotta get all 6 kills. Because they weren't active in that last little spot. Wait a minute, Han just got deleted. The dream is dead. YZG came out of nowhere in the Enor ult. Magdy smacked him in a side zone. What happened here?
Wait, that's right, the res?
Oh my god, I get the double res off. He has to mash all. He did mash all. Now we're going back in. We got the second. We're activating again. We can't be going down like this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We come in. We smack him off.
That was WFG too. That was WFG. They only have one last player. Xiao Wen. Xiao Wen's the only player alive for WFG. He's low. YZG see him. Surprised actually that they did not all in him just then. I think it's because he had Hardy ult advantage. But IG get the opportunity. LMB, Assassin's Lunge, shown on the side of that dagger. XX move goes for the zip ultimate, gets the parry. Courses out the combo breaker coming on through from the Hardy. Looks for the LMB, gets parried out of it before he can use it though. Still wants to stop these Assassin's Lunges, but they've already shown the Soul Jade. The timing for the parry has been read. Han gets 1 kill. XX Moose sent outside of the zone. Might be able to make it back in before he falls, but has to worry about being gate-capped by the side of YZG. WFG still have their Hardy up as well. The Hardy ult comes through. Spirit Well uncapped just yet. Can anyone manage to grab it? Han goes for the risky play of Dragon Slayers and gets parried alongside the legendary Fan. But he's got the Enor ult up and he can hold the line for IG's team. Looks to try to peel XX move, but XX move's gone. Now looks to find the elimination onto QGG. Can he get it, or will someone steal the last hit? No! WFG steals it instead! Horrible tragedies for IG occurring right now as they lose the opportunity to pick up their zip if he stays in Eno alt form.
They need to win this out right now. WFG is staying alive. They don't get the ult. Oh, they're playing for res. And WFG with the griefed. IG though still has 2 players left alive. They still can clutch this up. They got to play this very, very smart, hitting you with the tuna. On did pop his ultimate a little bit earlier. Where are we at in the ult? We're going for the range attacks. Oh my god, he just runs up and just immediately one-charges.
It's the wrong team. Raven, it's the wrong team. They're fighting YZG instead of WFG.
Fighting the world right now, Moxie. We can't be choosers in this chaotic world. We gotta go win. We gotta get oogly as XXL is going into YZG, smacking him. He is gonna get flanked though by Kukatu, peeling off right here. Hottie ult's gonna be engaged by XXL though. Han, no gold armor to his name. Kukatu just keeping up the pressure, just zipping, not letting Han breathe as F2's gonna come up 82% for my man. Kukatu's gonna release into his back. No, he's not gonna be able to get it off, but IG XXL brings it down to a 1v1v1 for all the marbles. He needs to find these 2 kills and get the placement points as YGG's Kukatu is sitting on the backside right here. Xiaowen takes to the skies, is looking to air stall right here. No one knows who's who. They don't know how close it is. Only we know how close it is. 14 kills for IG. They're playing out of their minds, but they're gonna need XXL to save them. And he's just tuning in front of both of them. This is so ideal for him. Both of these guys smacking each other. As now XXL is gonna come in. Hottie ult on the Xiaowen. He's going for zipping immediately. They're beefing. They're holding on to the pettiness as now Kukatu's getting shoved into the zone. Almost shoved into the zone again. Uses the zipping to gold frame. Push his way back. Now XXL in prime position to take this down. He just has to not take any zone tick damage. But Kukatu's doing a good job of keeping his health very, very high. Just don't get pushed into zone. 81%, 88% needs to get this ult up. He is going to be able to get it up. He does get the kill onto Kukatu. And he's going to be able to smack Xiaowen into zone. He's at 40. It's going to be so close, but I think it should be enough. XXL with the clutch for IG, and they bring it home from last to qual.
Heart rate hit 158. Raven, the heart rate hit 158. That is the highest I have seen it yet. You can see the cheers, the glee. Oh, we don't have to hear what's being said to know that they're just cheering on XXL. The fist bumps in full play. The fact that you had a 2 versus 2 versus 1 situation. You lost one of your teammates. Your Hardy had not got ult up, had to go up against Xiaowen, who did. Managed to survive, find the parries, got the last hit situation onto YZG Zip as well, which could have been really problematic if Xiaowen had got the last hit instead. WFG would get another kill credit and widen the distance between them and XL. But no. XXL pulls it off. IG get the opportunity. The Cinderella story comes through in full. What a day for these guys.
Look at them. They believe. They just locked in. They're just like, you know what? It's time to unleash our final form. And they get the most points of the day just walking through the whole lobby. Oh my goodness. They clutch it up. I cannot believe. From last to qual. They just had the slowest first 4 games, and they just turn it on for game 5 and 6. That's what you need to do to bring them back. And this is what I always say about the NBPL teams. It doesn't matter if they're in last place. Most of these teams have another gear. There's a reason why they're all pro teams in order to bring it back. A point loss is not unwinnable. It's always winnable, Moxie. IG proves it, and they dig in so deep. They dig into another level. Lexon was telling me, he's like, there's no way IG is gonna do well, and I was like, you just put into the universe that they're gonna prove you wrong. And they come in and they just knock it out of the ball. I thought it was cooked a little bit when Hadi or their Enor dies in zone, but for some reason we just let him res. And I can't believe my man just runs in and immediately releases. That's the first choice we go into. I was like, all right, guys, we need to slow it down. We need to not just run in and immediately be just like, all right, let's throw in the first blue. But they lock in XXL. I'm pretty sure he has to get those last little bit of kills in order for them to qual. So huge clutch up in that moment. I hope they show us a replay of the comms of that. They have to be yelling of just like, yes, yes.
Yeah, we might want a headset warning if we do show that replay, because those comms will be loud. Like I said, I saw the heart rate the moment that round ended. I have not seen it that high. I have not seen it that high, even for like J Cup finals. That is the highest I have seen it so far. That clutch up moment, like Zhao Wen, oh, he could have griefed it so hard. If he'd got the last hit on the zip, or if he'd been able to get the last hit onto XXL there as well, it comes down to the wire. XXL, like you're tracking the ultimate, you're like 88%, 89%, 10% off. Can he get it up in time? And then he hits it and it's like, okay, he's got the hit, he's got the knockback, he'll be able to just stay outside of the zone tick damage, so he wins the heal off situation. That's all he has to do, and that's exactly what he was able to. So big props to XXL. I'm sure that round is going down in history as one of the more memorable finishes to an NBPL day, and we've already had a whole bunch of those. Every NBPL day, it feels, is an absolute roller coaster.
Yeah, the upper bracket and lower bracket and the new rules definitely have changed things. And like you were telling me earlier, the weird day of everyone just running it down. Well, we saw it slow down, you know, game 5, game 6, where everyone's on the cusp. We see a little bit more of just like, maybe going for every kill is not the way to go. Maybe we can slow things down just a little bit, be a little bit more calculated. And, you know, but I also think it's the nature of the composition. Hadi, like you were saying, Duncan says, is very hard to catch. It's very anti-burst. It's with zipping. We saw one of the players gets hit by a sign, and with the zipping ult and F1, and even with everyone bursting into him, he's able to survive, and the amount of peel the team is able to provide. It was just an absolute slugfest. It's a lot more fun this time around. Now that the strategy is more solidified, it's easier to follow. It's just pretty much everything's on zipping, holding her ult as long as possible, and we get a very cool Endgame to cap off the day. Kudos to IG for making this very exciting for all of us. Congrats to them for clutching it up. Tough break for one of the favorites of the league, GG. They gotta hold it, but they're gonna go to lower bracket. You know what? They're very consistent. They're probably gonna bounce back anyway. But insane last game and stats coming out for IG.
I mean, XXL has to be MVP. Surely he gets the MVP. Coming through on that Hadi, getting to show off the F2 V1 as he was able to clutch up the situation. We can see XXMU as well doing 26,000 healing as we get to see the overall standings. This is the top 4 teams who will continue in the upper bracket as RRW, YZG, and IG, and it's tied It is indeed tied. It came so close to WFG being able to walk away with that. Like I said, if it was one more kill, if WFG had their Hardy get the last hit on that zipping from YZG, it would not be IG getting to come through. As we can have a look at the highlights coming from the last game. This was the moment where we got one team getting fully grouped out, and I mean, unfortunate for WFG that it was their player, their teammate who got grouped, forcing them into not being able to win a Realm of Yang situation. Here's the moment where we got all of the teams with the Yang depletion, since we had one portal time out fully. Have to fight it out to continue in this lobby. NI7 going out there to zone damage. IG's hand going down, getting brought back up, getting revived, and instantly coming for a the ult. And this is the moment. Cuckoo catches hand with the charged RMB. Commitment from that fan. XXL gets the parry with the longsword into the follow through, and it manages with the later Hardy ult to get the elimination onto Zhao Wen, allowing IG the crucial last kill required. And you can see the fact that it's actually included in the highlight reel too. How clutch it really was that XXL pulled that one off. And as we said, he had to be MVP. There was no question of it.
MVP goes to XXL. I was saying before this last round, you hate to lose by 1 point, to lose by less than a point, but to tie, and the tiebreaker being the heads up play being the difference. Absolutely insane. 43 to close it out. And like Moxie was saying, he needed every single kill, and he needed his opponents to drop the ball, to fumble the bag. We were right there, and we didn't get there, but we are gonna go to a interview to close out today. Hopefully we get to hear from IG and see their thoughts on the match.
Hello， 亲爱的各位观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是主持人张友新。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post the game interview, and I'm host Yu. So today we invite 957 from SR. Let's say hello to audience， 给观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello。
非常简短的一个招呼啊，也是我们957的一个招牌特色。So, what do you think was like deciding factor to the win today？ 也是看到今天我们 SR 整体的表现非常的亮眼，也让我们观众真的是眼前一亮。所以想问一下957，有没有觉得说今天去让你们取得胜利的一个关键因素是什么？
信任吧。
信任彼此。
因为前2把没打好，但我们都还很相信对方。
So I think the most important is to trust my teammate, because you can see that in the first and second game we get a little point, but we trust each other so we can get winnable. 那么也是进入到我们下一个环节 ，Let's move to next part. Answer for treasure. So question is, how many kills did SR get in game 6? A is 4, B is 5, C is 6, and D is 7. 那么也是说到咱们队友之间，talk about our trust with collaboration with our teammate. So does there any teammate performance? Today's performance is to stand out to you like today. 那么也是想问一下，我们聊到今天说这个队友之间的一个默契配合的情况，那想问一下957有没有觉得今天哪一位队友的这个表现让你眼前一亮？
我自己的表现吧。因为我2个队友平常都是比较稳定的，但之前因为我刚转指挥，我有点紧张，今天开始就应该不紧张了。
所以今天957是一个我们的新任的 SR 的3排的指挥位来到我们这里。So for me, I think the best teammate is myself, because today I'm going to calling the team and to cooperation with my teammate to get the win. 那么也是进入到我们的倒数环节 is counting time right now. So 让我们一起倒数3个数。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot, and the correct answer is B. So the last question. 昨天我们也是采访到了 SR 的另外一位选手，麦克选手，单排选手，他也是问了他一个同样的问题，那么也是想问他这个赛季他的目标是什么，他给我们非常自信的一个回答，去拿到冠军。也是想问一下，今天同样的 SR 的我们的3排选手南佑7，今天你的整个赛季的目标是什么 ？So what's your goal of this season？
冠军吧，双冠。
双冠。So my goal is also be like to get the champion with Mike together. We can get the double champion to SR. 也是再一次祝愿你们能够梦想成真。Wish you to get your luck and let's go back to Custer.
What a day, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this upper bracket. SR, Class Act, my favorites to win today. You know, I'm not trying to say anything, but I am trying to say something, Moxie. That I did say that I thought SR was going to perform super well today. I was surprised though. I was wrong about GG. I thought they were going to do well today, but they'll probably do better in the lower bracket. But still, I gotta say the most hype for me today is from last to qualifying IG in the clutch up. Definitely made today very exciting to watch.
Yeah, I feel like everyone is going to be a fan of IG after that one. Like, you can't not be a fan after you get to see a team literally go from dead last all the way into actually being able to make it into that upper bracket run. Like, even when we were talking about the teams being like, okay, they've got a chance of making it, they've got a chance of making it. Yeah, there's so many points behind, there's very little chance that they'll actually be able to pull it off. And then they did. Like, everything that they had to do, they were able to pull off in the last game. Multiple wins in the Realm of Yang. If they'd lost Realm of Yang, if they hadn't been able to get those kills, they don't qualify. If they don't get those kills in the end game with XXL being able to pull off the clutch in the 1 versus 1 versus 1 situation, they don't qualify. If they don't manage to get any of the kills that whole round, they don't manage to make it through, and WFG goes through instead. So it's got to be a hard truth, I feel, for WFG's players, but they're not out of the round just yet. They do continue on in this tournament, albeit in the lower bracket stage. So that's going to be kicking off next week, which means that if we see adjustments come through in terms of the meta, that's likely where we're going to see it properly come through. Right, lower bracket round 1 has to play out before upper bracket rank 2, and enough time will have passed for the teams to be able to look back at these 2 days of play and go, okay, Viper's problematic. Let's start looking at how we can try and curtail this composition.
Well, Viper, like you were saying before, Moxie, I think the weirdness is going to be settling out. We're going to keep going circular in the meta, and teams are going to have to start addressing Viper again, and teams are going to start exploiting Viper. We've seen how much value she has and how the compositions just don't really resist what Viper is still capable of. Now, I don't know if F2v1 Viper is going to be out there making some noise. I feel like that might have been a one-off situation, but who knows? Maybe we see the rise back of F2. F2 Viper was really, really big before, because of how strong Zipping was. And like I was saying, this mirror matchup, you saw how powerful she was keeping her team alive in so many situations. Her connecting with Hadi allows that composition to survive forever. Enor is really just the main DPS, but if you can cut off the glue and take out Zipping, maybe there's something there. I'm excited to see what this next Nbpl finals is going to be like and how things are going to evolve more as teams get used to how crazy these new rules are in all of us. And looking at the actual points, you see how hard it is to get a really, really big game. The insanity of a 20-point game for the clutch up, pretty wild. SR, though, I thought IG had the biggest round. It actually goes to SR with 24 points, but just getting a 10+ point game, still very, very good, but not good enough. As we see GG with 2 10-point games, they need a lot more to qualify on the cusp. We see the lower bracket filling out with now, and the upper bracket filling out, and a lot different names I never thought of seeing in the upper bracket. We got RW, we got IG, 521 is showing up big. A lot of the newer organizations are RW and XKG all in the upper bracket, and in the lower bracket, strangely seeing some of the veteran teams, FPX, GG, OUG, ERG, and Alliance, all powerhouses and trios, now going to have to be fighting it out to keep their hopes of this second weekly final still alive.
Well, speaking about weekly finals, next week will be Stage 2's first lower bracket for solos. That will be kicking off on Thursday with a versus matchup before we go into our rotation of Battle Royales, ending on that last game of mirror matchups coming on through. I'm really looking forward to seeing what these few days will bring us when we next get to see Nbpl in action. So it feels like the meta is moving, Raven. I don't know for how long we're going to have to see this Eno composition in first phase as a constant lockout. I feel like the winds of change are here, and we're already getting to see cracks develop in the composition that so many people thought was the strongest.
We'll have to see in the coming rounds. I mean, Viper, Syra, Justina dominated all of 2025, and 2026 seems to be Enor. Whoever Enor is paired with, at the end of the day, it seems that Enor, unless his damage is mitigated, he just puts off so much pressure. But that's going to be all for us, folks, for today. Just remember, as IG showed us today, it's always winnable. So for all of you out there, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and stay safe out there. Bye-bye.